Guten Tag. Oh, God. Frozen. Oh, good grief.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, we're in the studio tonight, are we?
Yes. Well, I thought I'd give the new PC a test up, see how it's going. So,
Oh, cool. And how's it going so far?
oh, what's a
Oh,
fucking piece of
suit you,
kit?
sir.
Oh, do you want it, sir? Oh,
Oh, oh.
oh, it lights up like a bastard. Yes. No, it's great.
Well, so what you running?
Uh, hang on. I'm getting. There we go. Windows 10.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What's that, on an i7 or i9 or?
AMD 6-core job,
All right.
but it will be going up to 12.
Oh, that's all
Yes.
right.
at some point in the near future. So, yes, give it the beans.
Well, I've been trying to fix stuff in here today.
Go
on. Well, it was a perfect opportunity because we had no front door and no back door.
Oh Jesus! I bet that was nice.
Yeah, let's do it on one of the coldest days of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's brass monkey. Well, it's still brass monkeys.
I bet.
But yeah, so I've been in here messing around.
Keep him warm with the CS80 running, yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't bothered turning that on, to be honest. Yeah, just there's loads of little weird things going on. Hydrasynth kept dropping its MIDI connection and stuff like that, and just messing around with bits and pieces.
Just sorting shit out.
Yeah. So.
Yes, I've been doing pretty much the same. Just running stuff in, checking that it's working, getting all my editors running, and all that. Just silly shit, you know. So,
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's fucking massive. It is huge. I kid you. Hang on, I'll see if I can.
Go on.
Let's have a go. Let's see if we can get that. I can't. Come on, you bitch, move. Yeah, hang on. There we go. That's my hand.
Oh, wow.
That is a fucking animal.
Oh, yeah, it's a big girl.
Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit. So, yes.
An ATX and a bit.
And then some, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking monster. Oh, shit. That's a fucking camera. Yeah. And he gave it to me.
Well, I was talking to Robbie earlier, and I was saying to him about how there was something not right with the Hydra, and it hasn't been. And I thought, right, what I'll do is I'll completely tear it all down, put on the firmware again, make sure it's not via a hub and all that sort of thing, like direct. Put the firmware back on. Completely different animal. Totally different.
So was it an updated firmware or just needed?
It was the old firmware back on.
Right.
But what I did was, but I wiped her out and then put the firmware back on.
Gotcha.
And yeah, completely different animal. I haven't been getting the second engine at all till today.
Holy shit! I bet that sounds.
It's a different beast altogether. So yeah, so I've been going through some of the bits and bobs on it, and it's interesting.
Nice. Have you done any more work on the ESQ yet, or whatever it was, the EPS?
Not a great deal, no. Mostly been peeing around with the Rise 2.
How's that going?
Yeah, nice. It's easier to over the original Rise because these little ridges on the top of the keys kind of, because you're going to hit them first because they're higher than everything else, you tend to hit the note dead on. So it's actually easier to play it.
Nice.
A bit more flowery.
Flowery.
So, I mean, as opposed to the grand, which is, it down to the luck of the gods there, whether you get the key or not. You play a key and one of the notes is like,
am I going to trigger today?
Yeah, not quite right now. Not quite there. They've got on the Hydra. Nice. Because you can have both at the same time. Ooh. Much better engine, my friend. Much better.
He's a happy bunny, look.
Yeah. No, I really rate the Hydra. I really rate it. Hate it. I really rate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a bit love hate to start with, obviously, but yeah, so it's a much happier girl, and now the computer's all SSD'd up now.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, got rid of all the mechanical drives, so it doesn't take like 20 minutes for one of the projects to fire up.
Yeah, that always makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I'm getting demands from my Christmas jumper. 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, go for it.
Fuck, have you seen it?
Have I seen it? I commented.
Did you? I've missed it.
Oh,
Hang
yes.
on. 2 seconds.
Colourful.
This is a case of when a fucking 9-year-old tells you got to wear this, you fucking wear it. Oh God! Where did I put my glasses? Yeah.
It's literally the clothing version of a 60s flashback, really.
It's the clothing version of vomit, basically. You could walk on the streets and not get hit by a fucking car in this thing, though, couldn't you? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like, this is the T-shirt I got off Ty for my birthday.
Oh, what? I don't like outside there are people.
He saw it and he went, "Oh, that's him. That's definitely him. He's having that."
Oh, fuck, that's brilliant. How is he? Is he all right?
Yeah, he's okay.
Yeah. Because he hasn't been about. Well, I haven't seen anything of him.
No, he's been sorting all sorts of bits and pieces out, really.
30-foot fucking Santa in his garden, probably.
Yeah, with lasers.
Yeah. How's Fiona? Because she wasn't well.
Yeah, she's better. She's still coughing like the proverbial, but not as bad now. She's sort of coming out of it.
That shit's hanging around like luggage with people at the minute. It just doesn't fucking go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
Well, what's made everything really bad, actually, at the moment is that they tore out the front door, they tore out the back door.
So what is this, new windows and...
No, it's just new doors.
Right,
new doors. But they did have to, got those windows around the little toilet area out the front, and they're putting new ones in there. So anyway, so there's no back, there's no front door. All the dogs are in the front room. A couple of people failed to come and collect their gear, which was in the hall and the toilet, so they all had to come to the front room. Matey boy was supposed to be picking up the GS1, couldn't do it because he's in bed with COVID. So that's in there, all set up still, along with all the keyboards, and us, and 4 dogs. And it's... You have to step sideways to get into the kitchen.
Just stand on the fucking vacuum and just let it take you in there.
Yeah, it is, mate. It's mental in there. It really was. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Wie geht's?
What? Do what?
I don't know. It's some German word.
My wife said, "You're not. Are you going in to see the boys?" I went, "Yes."
Is that a euphemism?
He said, "Don't take all the wine with you." So I thought I'd better leave her some.
Oh, just a small piece. Just a small piece.
Yes. How are we all?
We are all basically.
What about you?
Yeah, perpendicular. I'm still cold. He's colourful.
Colourful.
Colour. Yeah, I think that's the best adjective to use.
Well, the only other this is the first and was the only Christmas jumper I've ever owned. And then fuck me, she bought me this 2 years ago and bought me a bloody Deadpool one last year.
Oh, nice.
So I got Deadpool doing this on
No, I love Deadpool. Denise. Say hello to Kent. Say hello, Kent.
Hello, Denise.
Matt.
Hello, Matt.
And
That's a very brave man wearing that jumper.
I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
I know.
Gorgeous.
I
He
know.
looks
Well, I-
gorgeous. He does look gorgeous.
He loves him.
I know you loves him.
Oh,
You
he
told
loves
me you loves him.
Oh, they speak in Devon like a beaut.
Here, don't you be doing that, look. You?
I leave that to my other half, I do.
I should think so too, look. All right, Ute. What is that? Is that a Rolly behind you, young thing, or what? No, that's not. What is it? It's a Rolly 2.
No, 2 rollies. Got a grand and a rise,
Okay.
a block and a rise 2.
I've been thinking about the Rolly for. There are so many keyboards and things I've been thinking about since I've been thinking about, and I'm stuck. I'm paralysed as to what, if anything, to get ever again.
Do you have a Hydra?
I had one on order and I had to cancel it because it was taking so freaking long. I think I ordered it last. I can't remember.
I'd upgrade that. Upgrade that to deluxe.
That's what I'd ordered.
Oh,
I was
right,
waiting for it.
Well,
And it
order it again, mate.
Yeah.
Because it's the dog's doodah dits. It really is.
Well, I'm sitting here playing with this shitty Phantom 7. I hate it. I really do. I mean, I can program. I can play around with it and program it. I think I might have to stick the emu back up again.
Mm.
I much prefer it.
I'm going to have to do it again, aren't I, Matt?
Yeah. His face.
All done.
There we go.
Yeah, that's just one patch, man.
That's just one patch.
That's one patch.
That's
yeah.
one patches.
Oh yes, sir. Actually, there's a lot of nods in the multi patches on this. There's Enola Gay's on it as well.
Enola Gay.
Yeah, would you believe?
Well, yes, I would. Is the answer to that? It's the only answer I can possibly give that makes any sense. Where's my doof? Oh, here we go. There. Yeah, the whole thing with synths, we have been strung out with so many different new wonderful things.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, it really is paralysis through analysis. I keep on looking at all these things, and I guess I could spend a decent amount on 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But then I'm also investing in a business at the moment as we grow and do stuff, and we're doing a separate community-based thing as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, I'm just thinking, I'm overthinking it. I just need to buy something and then play with it and go, whoa.
Yeah, how much of it is just the buying it part, really? Because, I mean, like you say, we've been swamped with all sorts of different hardware and software, and even over the last 12 months, right? There is but a plethora of it. And I'm going, do I need that? Do I need? And then I'm going, hang on a minute, I don't need half the stuff I've got.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think
or you own something for some nuance. You know, like the Pro 3. I love the Pro 3, but for a particular thing. Modwave for a particular thing. Oasis for a particular, and so forth and so forth.
Yeah.
Do I need them all? Really?
All the rises?
Yeah, lovely.
Or are you just doing a Robbie and collecting every version?
Well, I'd have a Lumi in here as well, wouldn't I? Oh no, I still wouldn't get a Lumi. That's like the DX100, really, isn't it? You know, it's where one's arse scrapes on the ground. One has gone too low. Stop.
What's really funny, I think for me, what dictates the synth I particularly want, the synths that engage me most, is where the time and the ability to be able to grab a handful of knobs and sliders and just know what they're going. There's that tactility, that immediacy of being able to grab stuff and make the change to the sound. It's all about the performance for me.
Yeah.
And I can build some ridiculously complex patches if I have the time, and at the moment I just don't. That's the other problem. But it is that thing of tactility, and an awful lot that I've looked at. I was talking to Rob earlier this week about a particular real-time hardware controller for the DX. It's a Dutch thing, I think it is. And so all of the DX controls are exposed as knobs, so you have control over every aspect of it in real time. Hugely expensive for what it is, 1,200-1,400 quid or something. And he thought I was mad. He said, because there's software you can get that does that, but it's kind of, that's not the point.
It's not physical, is it?
Yeah, that's not the point. It's that being able to in real time do this stuff and hear pretty much immediately what's going on.
Yeah.
And I almost think 1,200 quid spent on that is more valuable to me than an awful lot of other stuff that I've seen that's got lots of, including all the profit. I used the profits for so many years, and in my estimation, T8 was the one. Loved it. It was a lovely thing.
My experience of T8 is tainted by having to work on the useless pieces of shit. But yeah, nice. It was a nice keyboard, but
Is it as bad as a Rev 2 though?
Nothing is as bad.
Nothing's
as
as bad. Nothing.
It's trying to get a pulse from a dog shit. Trying to repair a Rev 2. It really is. It's just, mate.
I years ago I lent my JD800 to someone, and it's turned back up again.
Oh,
with
my condolences.
with sort of half an octave of keys missing, sticky buttons.
Dear.
It still turns on.
Yeah.
And it sort of makes sounds. I love that thing, and I don't know why I put it away. I think I was being, and it's and again, that's another one where I'm looking at it going, you know what, I could get that fixed, and it's primarily because I've got some great sounds in there that
I've got the parts. I got the parts for the JD. So do you say some of the keys are missing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've no idea. No idea why.
It's not like they fall out, is it? Really?
No. I think it might have had the sticky key or the key not working properly thing, and someone's tried to repair it and not, and they've not told me about it except when it turned up. So and I liked the JD. I did. I think it's
still a hugely popular machine. I get probably 3 a month average come in.
Really?
Nearly always for the sticky key. Always. Or noisy outputs. It's one or the other.
It's also the reason why I love I really like the Novation Supernova 2, which because I was involved with Ian and all the guys on the development side of the last of the going towards version 2 software for that. So I've got I've got 1.7 something, which I asked them to put back in after we did 2, because it's got things that didn't make it to the end because they were too complicated. You had to dive down some menus. Yeah. But I love it. I love the sound of it. It's a wonderful thing. And again, you can grab handfuls of stuff and just go. And it's a great mother keyboard as well. So really, really good for performance. You can put out all these patches and things and control lots of different keyboards and modules simultaneously from it. It's a great thing.
My biggest regret is missing out on the JD800 that Jeff Toman was selling for 500 quid.
No.
And he restored it.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Red glue, all the works. I was gutted.
Yeah. I'm going to get this DX. I still need to get the DX up and running. I need to get the KX88 down out of the loft and all of that stuff. It's just, because the KX, although it's a heavy thing, it's MPE, right? So that with the DX, which responds to MPE, it's kind of like so I'm thinking the KX, the DX5, and this thing from Denmark gives me a mad setup, a fairly unique setup. No one else would ever use it. Everyone would look at me and go, "Are you freaking nuts?" But it kind of appeals in a weird way. That's a very. Are you mad, Longhurst?
Each to their own, isn't it?
Yeah, but the deluxe, gotta say.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Speaking of
Hydrasynth.
which, what's your feelings on Roland Cloud?
Mine. Well, from our various conversations that I've kind of turned further and further away from software synthesis.
Yeah.
Just because I like the tactility of being able to control in real time. Indeed. I think of, for what they're offering, what they're doing, and it's that promise that if you buy the software, you can load it up into the hardware so you have it exposed in real time, etc. Which is, that was always the sort of thing that they promised, and it kind of works. And giving away a couple of them free sounds kind of good. They're doing more than any of the other big manufacturers to take that forward. But then you look at the deals that you're getting from Cherry Audio and UVI, and you're thinking, really? Do I need that? Do I need it? I mean, I think the emulations are really good. What's your take on it?
Well, I've heard some of the emulations, and it's like, they're really good, really good. Strangely enough, the JD800 is very, very, very good. Jupiter 4, they're all pretty good. I'm going, yeah. Do you know what? If you're really into those type of keyboards,
I think for me with all of this, it's do I need to boot up a computer? And so if I wanted to turn up and do a gig somewhere or a performance, does a computer have to be at the heart of it? And if the answer is no, then it's a really nice place to start for me. I've done the computer. I've had screens all over the stage. And I've had sync boxes and stuff. I've been there and done that so many times, and I'm sick to death of it almost. I kind of want to, I kind of would almost have the happy mistakes and I was using I've still got it somewhere. I was using an Oasis HDR24, the old digital recorder.
Yeah.
And it's a brilliant thing. It's balanced ins and outs, 24 ins and outs, plays back in real time, 2 hard drives, works really well. And I thought if I use that instead of using a sequencer, then maybe that's okay. And lots of people were saying, but then you're just doing, then you're just using backing tracks. I said, well, freaking who did it? What do you think computers are? Do you think you're sitting there manipulating every single note? The point is you're playing back something and it may be triggering it in real time and you have access to it, but you're still using, it's how you use that and what part of the performance it plays kind of thing. So yeah, the Roland Cloud, along with an awful lot of this, is that thing. It's dependent on having a computer to play it back on. If Roland actually came out with a keyboard which allowed you to host everything on there, do all the stuff, have all their things, so you essentially had rather than like we did when I was working for Emu, which is every single module that came out was the same box but just a different sound set. Yeah, that's essentially what Roland's doing.
I think that one that new keyboard that Richard Hilton's got, that was it. Is it the Phantom 08 or something?
Phantom 8 he's got, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, 08, yeah.
You can load the plugins or the plug outs, whatever you want to call them, into
It's
that.
Zencor, isn't it? which is different to things like, well, I don't know actually.
What's the topography like?
Pass. No ideas.
So what does it for you? I mean, what's really clear from you, Ken, especially I listened to your track, not your track, Robbie Percelli's track the other day, and then I heard some of your stuff as well. You're very driven by the performance, by the articulation of sound, right? Which is me as well, and the ability to be able to grab, I always wanted to be a guitarist, and I was never freaking good enough. I mean, take a look at those hands. Is it any surprise? So
I tried as well.
Yeah, but I always wanted to play like a guitarist or like a violin player for that articulation and that immediacy of feedback and whatever of articulation, and that's what things like the 80 and the Hydrasynth and the KX and DX together. That's what those do. And I have a feeling, and I'm still conflicted about this. I have a feeling the Rise does as well.
Yeah. Yeah, very much so. What about you, Matt? That your thing?
What do you mean? I had a load of stuff, and I've sort of gone back to working out of the box a bit more. Got rid of a few of the keyboards. The ones that I did keep was the System 8 and the Virus, because I like pissing about with the sound on the Virus, and you can do it to a degree with the System 8. I like the fact that everything I saw, I always wanted a JP8. It was the one I always wanted.
Yeah.
And when Nick Batt turned around and said, "This is as close to a JP8 as you're going to get now, without buying an original one," that's what made me buy the System 8. And then they started dropping all the extra plug outs, and I've got in there one of the Junos, got the Jupiter and a JX3P in there as well. And I haven't taken them out. I've kept them in there because I like those so much that they work. Playability, I'm not really a player. I tend to come up with stuff and sequence it because of my physically, I'm just not good enough. So I tend to mess around on the keyboard and play stuff and then, record that and then manipulate it in the computer. So playability isn't really a thing for me.
So for you, it's more about having the access to the sounds.
Yeah,
and the tactile controls, and then
and then working with that further in the computer.
Yeah,
that's more what I do. Like I say, when you sit there, or when Richard sat there the other night, and started playing, was it "I Want Your Love" with the tubular bells on it?
Yeah.
And it's just like, oh, I wish I could fucking play like that, and I can't. And I make no bones about it. I'm not a player.
To be fair, he gets a lot of practice at that.
Well, yeah, but then you sit there and you knock out something, and it's just like, yeah, I wish I could do that, and I know that I can't, which is why my stuff is more computer centric, simply because it enables me to capture things and then take them forward.
Do you play live at all, Mac?
No.
Mac?
No.
Mac. On your Mac.
I think one of the reasons why, I've still got a fucking huge collection of keyboards and modules. I mean, it's mad how many there are. And I think half the reason was when I was growing up.
Out, it's a dealer. Hide your wallet.
Loads of money.
Yeah. How you doing, darling? All right.
I'm all right. Hi, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Matt, I missed that. Andrew, I missed that. What was that?
It's fine.
I'll watch it back.
On the replay. It will never show up on the replay.
Yeah. Matt, that
How are you,
jumper.
Ian?
I'm all right, Andrew. How are you?
I'm good. We're
Good.
just. I was about to wax lyrical about kitten stuff and whatever.
Well,
And
well, do. I just want to say that Matt's jumping needs a volume control.
fuck, it needs. Yeah, they should have done a monochrome version of that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
put the
Sorry, go on.
incinerator on that, mate. Yeah.
I'm the 9-year-old. I'm not responsible.
So, where were we? I was talking about when I was younger.
Yeah.
And I always wanted to be a player. I listened to all the synths and the records and the synths, and I always wanted to. And I started building a synth when I was 17, fucked it up royally, and got someone else to finish it off for me because I wasn't particularly good at electronics either. But enough of an understanding to make it all go.
Yeah.
So, I yearned for the Rick Wakeman stroke. Keith Emerson stroke whatever, I wanted those banks of keyboards everywhere and synths.
Yeah.
I wanted that Patrick Moraz's shit everywhere, and modulars, because it looked like what I thought a keyboard player should have.
Yeah.
Thing was, I was a terrible. I really wasn't ever a keyboard player. For years and years, I wasn't a keyboard player. Like yourself, Matt, I think I dick around with stuff, on the keyboards, and then put it in. And play around with the MIDI and then record it when I got it kind of right for years and years and years. And I kind of kidded myself I was a player. And then I decided to go do someone asked me to do some live stuff with them. And I thought, oh shit, I'm going to get called out here. And I learned more in the first 8 weeks of rehearsing to do a gig with a band I'd never worked with before. I learned more about playing, and I had to get my shit together in 8 weeks. And I became a better player as a result of that. And so I kind of keep that going now, because live playing makes you do. And guess what? You're never going to be, I've never been as good as I would like to be, but for live, you have to be very, very honest and say, I know what I can do, and I'll stretch it a little bit for this each time, a little bit more. And you learn your chops, and you get better and better by increments. Just be honest about it. But it's a brilliant thing to do, playing live.
I've always played live, and but I think we all feel that we want to be better. I've never met anybody who actually said that they were good enough, So, but now I first started playing the band in 14, and I've never stopped.
Well, for me,
6 years ago, Ian.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
you little darling.
Wow.
He's my best mate.
Yeah, for me, when I had things like the Prodigy and the Polyseeks, and I'd just be banging out the stuff. There's no velocity or anything. You just bang, you just hit the notes. There you go. Ugh. And it was when I got the Mirage, and it had the the grand piano of sorts, and there was velocity there. Suddenly, I realised that I've got to make this sound right. I have to play this better than I play. And the Mirage really, really pushed that envelope for me quite a bit.
Great synth, great keyboard. It was a really good thing. Lots of people learned on that. Lots.
Yeah, because when I got my first weighted, oh mate, it was like pushing a fucking car up a hill with a rope.
Oh yeah, no.
And you have to stop after one. Go, it's just ridiculous. But I think what I figured out later on was, because people say to me, "Oh, you're a really great keyboard player." I go, "Yeah, I'm really, really cool. Can you play something in F?" "Oh, fuck, what, no." Oh, A, no, fuck off. E, no, piss off, no. If it's in C, all right.
Or F minor.
It was good enough for George Gershwin.
Yeah, well. So, I think the only time I've ever played anything in F is when I use a mini mode. But weirdly, I wonder what that is. Oh yeah, okay.
It's that F in mini mode.
Yeah, because it starts with F. You go, well, that's the bass note, mate. It's got to be in F, isn't it? So, yeah, but it was, like I say, it was the Mirage that made me start to do that thing, like when you're playing a lead, to actually have some sort of chord stroke arpeggiation thing going on with the other hand, because the rest of the time the other hand was just holding me nuts up. I'm just playing, because you do, sort of la 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 la, or maybe do a little bassy thing on another synth. But then to actually play, it was the Mirage that sort of like brought me out of my shell. Now I thought I could never play like that. So like with you, Matt, we say, you know, you're not a great keyboard player, and you can't get better. You probably could.
Well, I mean, first of all, I always wanted keyboards and things, but I came into the game very late. I didn't have the money until, you know, my early 40s. That's when I started being in a position to be able to buy them.
Same here, really.
But at 38, I had a stroke, which fucked my coordination with my left hand, which is why I haven't picked my guitar up in 10 years. You know, I've got a Gretsch sitting next door. Can't get the finger in anymore. Can't do it. So I know it sounds like excuses, but chapter of accidents or circumstance has precluded me from being in a position to sit and learn. And
I can relate.
you know, so it's I'm all right. I'm comfortable with where I am. I do what I do, and
That's where doors and sequencing can really come in to play.
very
Really
much.
for you, doesn't it?
It's enabled me to do things that I otherwise couldn't do.
Yeah.
So is your revenge on the world that jumper?
Yeah, fuck the lawyer. No, I wish it was.
It's an interesting thing though, because you're talking about sort of your disability from having had a stroke. I've got arthritis that's come on really, really bad in the last few years, and so it makes doing this stuff. And so I thought my keyboard playing days are over, and most people that hear me play would suggest that's very much the case. But actually, the funny thing is, now that I've been teaching someone to sing, because I used to do a lot of teaching, vocal stuff, along with everything else. And I think part of that process, I've had to play and do stuff. And I've noticed that whilst it's hard at first, I actually end up with much less arthritic symptoms the more I do it. So it's an odd thing, and it's a great thing to find ways around all of this stuff. So I can't really stand up and do the rocking it out thing anymore. So I'm always the person sitting in the corner going, ooh.
Neither can I. I just sit down for 2 hours.
Yeah. Well.
I mean, the really weird thing is that I started out as a vocalist. I was doing opera at the age of 7.
Opera.
We're doing Mozart operas at my primary school.
Wow.
My music teacher was the conductor of the South London Philharmonic.
Oh,
Cool.
Gosh.
So I was singing from a very early age.
So that must have fed into the way you think about and orchestrate and arrange indoors and with sequences and with the synths you have, yes?
To a degree, yeah. I mean, I've got a love of harmony that does tend to come from that in what I write. Because I've always had a fascination with vocal harmonies. The Beatles were just like, some of the stuff that they did, and yeah, I do love to sing, but I just wish I was more proficient as a musician, which is why nobody's ever heard any of the stuff that I write. Shit.
I wish I was a better singer. No. I can hold a tune, but there is a difference between being a really great singer and being average, and I'm certainly average in terms of singing.
Oh, I'm not great, but I mean, I'm better than average, I would say.
So, how much do you think we collectively, not just us, but the entire music universe in the UK, particularly, is hung up on on thinking that a level of proficiency is required, a certain level of proficiency is required to be able to perform? Because one of the things which I've noticed during my travels all over the place is in other places people just stand up, or they'll get together and they'll pick up a shitty old guitar and play it a bit out of tune and a bit out of rhythm, but it's all about the taking part, right? And they just do it because they can. It's not about being good enough. It's not about trying to be a pop star or whatever. I wonder how much of that has crept into our consciousness so that we feel we can't do this stuff, or we ought to be better, rather than just enjoying the act of creating. What do you think?
I think I think there is a sort of, people that can't play very well, or they're and we've got people in this community who will turn around and say they're not musicians, but the reality is they are. If they make music, they're musicians.
Musicians, yeah.
Yeah, and I think there can be a bit of a snobbery about, I spent 20 years learning to play guitar, piano, whatever it is, and you just come along and you just, bash some stuff out, really. And I think we really do need to get over that. I play lots of instruments badly. I can play piano to a good level. I can play guitar to about grade 3, but everything else I play quite badly. But actually, that's quite cool to be able to play something quite badly.
Yeah.
I mean, I love buying instruments. I mean, I know that one of my Christmas presents is going to be a singing bowl. Now, it's easy to play a singing bowl, but it's what you do with it.
But isn't it funny how I think for all of us, one of the things which we probably all have in common is that the bits that we can't play that well, for whatever reason, or the instruments or the parts we can't play that well, we know other people can play them better, but very few can make them sound as fucking good as we can, and that's the thing. So so I may only be able to play half the speed and half as many notes, and the range and whatever. But fuck me, it's going to sound good because I know how to articulate and make that work. That's what all of this stuff is about for me.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, babe.
Is this working?
Yeah.
Very. Hello.
Fine, very.
Have I done it again? Am I blowing everybody's heads off again? Sorry.
Well,
Bit loud.
There goes the cone.
Andrew, I do apologise. I don't know why that is, because it's
because you're an arse.
What is going on?
It's game in capital letters.
Well, I've not touched it. That's what's going on. Maybe I did while I was dusting. Who knows?
Dustin?
Yeah.
Dusting Springfield. I don't know.
Oh, look, you can afford dust.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to.
Your own dust.
I was interested in Andrew's point, really, because I don't know if anybody's seen the synth punk video on modular synth users. That's always going to set cats amongst pigeons. That one. Well, check it out.
What's it called?
It's synth punk. Modular is for non-musicians or something like that. It was really funny. Honestly, it was. I couldn't believe. And he does this demonstration. Bo Beats with his great big massive modular system that he's put together, and the first patches he's put together, a few drums and a little squeaky acidy line, and then he's going, all that equipment, and look, I've got Rebirth on my iPad, and I just think this guy's totally. It's for non-musicians. It's for people that don't know what they're doing. It's for people that can't play. And I was just sitting there laughing my head off because I thought it was the funniest thing. But so wrong on every single level. There are loads of comments. There's even a couple of replies. There's a guy who's done a really good reply to it where he's basically performing Adagio's Barber for strings on the modular, which is all reconstructed. So yeah, lovely, really beautifully done. I just wonder, it's I think your friend Hans, who's sort of glowering there in the background, is looking very cross about this. Because he's got a modular system or two up his sleeve, hasn't he? And he's clearly, obviously, not a musician. God, heaven forbid.
Funny enough, he doesn't use the modulars.
Then there's fighting words.
Yeah.
If anything else, that's guaranteed to get hands on here, isn't it?
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
Yeah,
what?
What
What are you talking?
Come on, Ange, come on.
No, but actually, the thing is, Andy, it's a really interesting point. The thing is, there's a lot of people that bought modulars because it was a fad and whatever else, and some have accused those using them to a degree. It's right that they're not musicians, they're they're technicians, and they don't really understand what they're doing because they've not been through the process. But and here's the but: with all of these things, there are some people who can play well enough and or use the kit and know enough about each of these things to be essentially Renaissance men, as it were, or Renaissance women who know enough about each of the bits to pull together a whole that is cohesive.
Yeah.
I
can't swear to being one of those. I know that's what I'm trying to do. You know,
I
interesting.
think you are, Andrew. That's the thing, Andy. I really think you are. I think you're a bit of a Renaissance man because you dabble in all these things.
Well,
that's quite nice.
essentially,
I mean, I
modular was
try.
never actually a musical instrument, really, was it? It's not its roots. It was about sound analysis and what have you, and they did eventually find their way into
it was experimental classical music.
Yeah.
It was the avant-garde and all that.
but it was always
business
going
and
to be
musique concrète.
There's a what's the word? There's a minimalist aspect to modular, or was anyway. Not so much today, but initially, where one note at a time, boys.
It's a modular argument again.
It's a discussion.
Because like,
So you got
too many
Cortini,
Andys in this room.
well, even if you looked at Tomita, right? Tomita would have his Moog modulars, and he was very precise about how he'd get his sounds and everything like that, and he was an artist. But if he wanted to play a chord, he's going to have to go for the mellotron or the string synth.
Yeah.
So the modular was an expansion of sound, but also limiting.
Well, modern modulars also allow
playing.
more polyphony, but yeah,
Exactly.
you got Alessandro
So today-
Cortini doing pop music with it. You got, of course, Wendy
Yeah.
Carlos, all those famous people doing it. But
Yeah.
it can be amazingly melodic and wonderful instead of just blue bleep crap. But
I think what's really interesting about modular is if you look at the history of it, it's when it started out, it was initially mostly embraced, initially by university departments.
yeah, it's nerds in a lab, basically.
Labs, that's right. And then musicians saw it and went, "Wow, what's this? Can we do anything with this?" And then we lost Herb this week, wasn't it? Was it Herb?
Yeah.
Deutsch. So he kind of fed back into the thing with Bob Moog, who wasn't a musician particularly.
No.
He was a technologist and started giving a musical perspective, and then there was that influence, and the whole thing grew to what we have now. All of synthesis grew from that point where it started out as sort of a laboratory thing where you could do interesting things by controlling it musically, then musicians getting involved and other creatives getting involved. So there's no right or wrong. There is no right or wrong, but we do see phases where do you remember when the synths were really, hammering out in the 70s, 80s, and the Musicians Union were getting involved, and they wanted to ban synths because it was taking jobs away from orchestras, right? From classically trained musicians.
Yeah.
The stats in the end showed that was quite the opposite. The opposite was happening.
Same with drum machines, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, drum machines
And then
and
samplers.
Yeah.
string
We
synthesizers.
could also argue a pipe organist takes away all the band from the church. One guy's doing everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's repurposing air, the bastard. So the growth of modular synthesis and then into synthesis is kind of like we're going back and revisiting, and I do wonder whether or not part of that is because what we've got has become so glossy and so easy to do that going back and revisiting some of the earlier technologies, including picking up a real guitar and playing a real piano, or banging a harp, playing with a harp. People have gone back to those because they've suddenly discovered that there's a lot more direct, immediate something from doing that.
I agree with you on that one, Andy, because I bought an Electribe. I'll tell you this one's sitting down here. Right? I bought the Electribe and I loved it. I got on with it so quickly that oddly enough, I felt like it was cheating. It was too easy. Oh, I can hear some echo back. Am I doing something wrong here?
No, I'm not hearing that, but carry on.
I'm hearing echo.
I heard the echo, yeah.
A slight echo.
What?
Anyway, so I just thought it was so easy on this to chuck out a dance beat and all that sort of stuff that I sort of, it was a bit boring, really. I was bored with what I was doing because it was just too easy and too quick. And actually, one of the things about all that stuff over there is actually it's quite hard work to get something. But actually, that makes it in some ways more fun and more more rewarding.
Yeah.
And it's never comes out the same twice. Which to some people that is like, oh my god, I couldn't possibly live with that.
Oh,
I
it's
actually
brilliant.
embrace
I
it.
love
I
that.
love it.
That's the
I
beauty
love
of it.
it.
Yeah,
No, that's
repatch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it for that. And I've been much more creative, if you like, since getting into this realm than I ever was using that, or even that dratted thing that's on the floor behind me. Sorry, what's that called? I've forgotten. It's got some letters in it, and MPC. And so, it's horses for courses. We can't all like the same stuff or get on
No.
with it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It'd
In
be
my
very
other
boring if we
life,
did.
sorry, go on, Ken.
No, I was just saying, it'd be very boring if we were all into exactly the same thing. It'd be like-
I think what's really interesting in my other life, I do a lot of video, as you may or may not know. And there's been a lot of discussion. We also do 3D art and all sorts of graphic-y things. And there's been a lot of discussion of late about how AI generated art. Is it real? Is it copyright? Should people get paid for doing it? It's kind of the same arguments or discussions we had around synthesis and classical musicians. And what's really funny from all of that, because I have been paying attention to it, and we use tools in different ways.
Yeah.
I think the classic argument that's been advanced back against that is, if you're a good filmmaker, hi Jim. If you're a good filmmaker, any camera you have, the shittiest camera, should still allow you to create a great film, because films are about stories, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And music's the same thing. So you should be able to have one instrument, no matter what it is. And if you've got the chops, you should still be able to use it to make some music, make some tracks. You don't necessarily want to have just that, but if that's the base from where if you start from there, then anything you have, you can make it work to create something musical. Then all the other stuff just adds to that.
Yeah.
It adds to it. But you've got to have that base, I think.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Unless you're Ian. In which case you've just got the rugged good looks and that lovely beard.
Jim, you're very left-handed.
Yeah, you're right over
say
here,
that.
Jim.
Yeah.
God, I know what's going on.
I want that jumper back now.
He's over there.
No, we don't want the jumper back. No.
I want the
No,
jumper back.
no, we don't. No.
No, you don't.
Hi, Jim.
Actually, hi Matt. It was a lovely jumper. Hi Ian. Hi Andy.
Hiya.
Hi Andy, and hi Jim. Hit the Jim button. What's the? Oh no, the dim button. Sorry,
The
dim button.
the Jim button.
Am I in the middle again now? Oh, hang on.
Yeah, sounds all right now.
It's gone all weird this end. I've got myself
Be
twice.
a bit more central now, Buzz.
Turn that off. Right, can you hear me?
Wee.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah. And all of that stuff. And all that. It's all done for you.
Oh yeah.
I love the one note jams, right?
Yeah.
I'm loving my Hydra.
So was that a preset on the CR78 or something? That one, or has somebody
Originally,
programmed? Who played the rhythm? Where did it come from? Did it come from you, that Kent?
yeah, that was the Hydra.
Really?
Was it?
He's a maniac.
No. No. If you're wondering why I put that as my little grab tag there, I had the afternoon off work today, so I could actually be in and make phone calls to insurance companies while people were actually in the office and do it. So, but obviously I've been sitting on hold on one of them. We built this city just on absolute repeat for half an hour. I was nearly absolutely bloody demented by the end of
They're
it.
trying to make it go away.
Well, they are, aren't they? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they were doing. But I was tenacious and I stuck with it, and If I ever hear that song again, I'll probably punch somebody. So.
About old Rick Wakeman getting all his gear nicked the other day.
Oh, yeah. I didn't hear that.
Did a gig in Birmingham, and apparently they stopped the truck in their fucking services, and somebody lifted it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the first time it's happened to him.
No.
No,
No, it's happened several. Yeah, well, I say several times. Yeah, it's a shame when that happens, but you know.
Yeah, because when I read it, I must admit, when I read it, I went, "Is it the end of the month?"
Why did you do that mid-session?
Bottom left, there's your picture. There's 3 dots there. Just right click on it or click on it, and you can edit your name. That's what it is. Yes.
Now, I wonder if he sort of like just arranged to get them stolen, claim on the insurance, because it's coming to the end of the month and he's got to pay his alimony.
His tax bill will be due at the end of January.
Buy a Hydra.
Yes.
Buy
Yeah,
a
so-
Hydra.
You're liking the Hydra then?
Oh, well, as I was saying to Matt at the start, all this time, the Hydra hasn't been working properly.
Why?
Well, when I got her, apparently the firmware wasn't fully working properly, and then when I put on the new firmware, it continued to not work properly. And then wiped it, completely emptied it, reset it, and then loaded this firmware again directly from the computer, no hubs and everything like that. And it's a completely different keyboard. I haven't been getting the second engine all this time.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
And the other things that it stopped doing is dropping its MIDI for no apparent reason. Sometimes mid-song. Thanks for that, guys. That's really professional. Pitch wheel issues, ribbon controller issues, blah, 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 blah. And all that crap I was having with Cherry's GX80. That was part of it as well.
Right.
Because it turned out that when you turn off the MPE, it still wasn't fully turning off the MPE.
Right.
And was that simply because you hadn't got the firmware installed properly?
Yeah, it hadn't gone in right.
Oh.
Bit of an angle.
Yeah, it's sort of like a couple of corners wedged in the doorway,
the back.
sort of thing.
left a bit behind.
Yeah. So it's gone in smooth now, and it's a lovely machine.
Ooh.
So were you not? So the second ending actually wasn't. So you weren't getting layering.
No.
Wow.
Well, it got what it assumed was layering, but it was actually a single layer and different sounds on different VCOs.
So you could have a Hydra or a synth, but not a Hydra synth.
Exactly. You could have a D or you could have a Lux, but never the twain shall meet,
Dell.
kind of thing. So, yeah, and it's a completely different bloody keyboard, and it's like, oh, this is even better than I thought it was, because I thought it was pretty good to start with.
Okay.
Even when
So-
it was broken, not working.
Even when it was
That's
broken. So
Wow.
if a broken keyboard makes you go, oh, this is lovely, imagine what it's like when it works properly.
And Andy would know.
You had a non-deluxe Hydra synth for a while, basically.
I was trying to remember,
So-
did you play it while you were here, Andy, at all? Oh, that's unfair, isn't it? That's
Which of the
unfair.
4 Andys are we talking? Oh, sorry.
You.
Me.
Andy Breaks, of course.
Andy
Andy
Breaks.
Breaks.
Poor old Andy.
Oh,
Oh.
look at that face.
No, I never got upstairs, Kent. No. Wasn't invited.
Next time.
Must have thought I looked like a thief who broke things.
You weren't invited upstairs.
You're joking. The more expensive stuff was downstairs.
to come upstairs with me, little boy? Well, yeah,
If it's any consolation, Andy, I never got up there either. So
no.
Or up the stairs.
I've got up there.
Or as we call it, Stanner chairlift heaven.
Do you know what? It was really brilliant when they finally got rid of that stair lift. It's so spacious going up the stairs. It was like la 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 la, because before it's all like walking up like this.
Do you know what though? When I die, I'd like the experience to be like going up Stanner stair left up to Kent's studio. That'd be awesome. Be like heaven.
Stairway to Kent heaven.
I think when you die, if you end up there, if you go up the stairs and St. Peter's there, say, go on up, and you end up in this room, it will be empty because it will all be being repaired or serviced by Kent.
And I'll have a stupid a studio full of dead people. It was,
Yeah.
what do you lot want?
No, mine. Like, I'll get there and all the firmware's fucked. So
Yes, well,
Yeah. I often had a suspicion my firmware was swonked right from the beginning, but there we go. Oh.
Who's gumps?
aye.
Who's guffed? Said that. Oh, it was me.
Was it you?
Doing what?
That was the time of the show.
Yeah,
Lots
pretty
of
much.
farts.
So what's new out there at the moment that we're all gonna not want to buy? I've seen all the Christmas shopping lists that everyone's done. I saw that last week. That was a very good program. Is there a top 3 things that you would never buy? Or even a top 1? Is there one thing you would never, ever, ever give house room to?
Anything by
Aside from a
Teenage
profit-
Engineering.
What? Teenage Engineering?
Anything by Teenage Engineering.
Qua?
What?
Principle.
would.
Oh yeah, I know, but on principle I wouldn't. I have my reasons. I cannot go into it.
Then
I see.
we shall take that as said.
Mm-hmm.
What about Andy Brooks? What about you? Is there anything you wouldn't give house room to?
I don't think so. At the moment, there are things which I have given house room to, which I realise don't fit, and at least don't fit with my head. There's nothing where I would go, no, I don't want that. I can't think of anything particularly. Even things that I'm not really particularly that bothered about or keen on, I'm sure I could find a use and a role for. So it's actually quite difficult. It's actually quite hard to say. No, there's not anything that I go that would never pass through. It would never cross the threshold. No, don't think so.
Jim?
I don't know. I mean,
That was a
to be
boring
honest,
answer, wasn't it? I apologise for that one.
No, it's all right.
I don't know. I've got enough stuff. I just want to keep it working. Slight update on my NTS one that was broken and then temporarily fixed. It's completely broke again the night before my gig. So Friday night, I was just like, crap. I've not even got time to order one on Amazon and get it here on time. I was
Just use the SH01A for bass. It's just as good.
No, but
really.
but I'd need both of them in one tube.
Nothing
So
like excess, is there?
yeah, so that's out. And I'm like, oh fuck. So I basically take it apart again, and by this point, I've got some hot glue holding the jack socket to the board, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to rip that off. So I pull that off, and can just sort of make out the traces where they go, etc. And I ended up with like sort of metal legs soldered from the jack socket to various points on the board, onto a surface mount capacitor for the left and right, and then the ground. Handily enough, though, idiot here, I found the ground. There's a point on the board where you can actually just wire straight into. So I could have just wired the socket just off these nice, neat little points with wires. But anyway, it's fixed, and I glued it all up again, and I'm like, right, that's it.
We're done.
They're fragile things. They really are not really designed for gigging, but I love taking it out for gigs. It just works in my
Yours
setup.
has been fair hammered in recent months.
Oh, yeah.
To be fair.
it's not surprising really. It's done a lot of gigs, so but it's
And
working again
do you
now.
actually do you unplug it
No,
at the end
no,
of each gig, or is it staying in?
no, it stays there. Yeah, but I
You get
actually broke
anything
it
where the-
myself in trying to fix another thing by shoving the power supply to my pedal on my rig further in, and that caught. As I was doing that, I caught the jack that was going in the front, and that's what lifted it off the board.
Yeah, broke the shank.
Those damn jacks are so wimpy. Yeah.
Yeah, really fragile. So anyone who's got an NTS one, I recommend just getting the glue gun out before it breaks. And just
Or just get
gum
with
that
the
thing
socket
up.
and just wire it straight to the board.
Yeah.
And what about Mr. Synth Addict? Is there anything you wouldn't give house room to?
If you saw my collection, you would say absolutely nothing.
No, it gives
But,
house room to everything.
You're a
Have you got
harlot.
Timberwolf?
Well, the things I don't have is stuff I can't afford, like vintage analogs. You know, like I don't have anything pre-1982. Can't afford it.
Yeah.
I would
Nobody
certainly
can.
take anything, but it's just, you know, the repairs would kill me too, though. But so Moog Rogue's my oldest thing.
Moog's your oldest thing.
Yeah.
Does that include body parts?
Well, unfortunately, no. I am older than my synths. Yes. But no, I mean, there's so much great stuff coming. I even just got the Kickstarter fee for the Anima Omega. It's coming soon, so can't wait.
Oh,
For the what?
Anima Omega. It's the guys who make the
right,
Anima
yeah.
Fee and the Silphio.
Oh, right.
Awesome stuff. Physical
Haven't seen
modeling
that.
and mixed with
Have
other
you not
stuff.
seen that, Andy? It's a
No.
fabulous thing. I wish I could afford to put the money up for it. I really think it's going to be a wonderful thing. Andy, I'm very envious that you're going to... Andy Synth Addict, I'm very envious that you're going to get it. Andy Longhurst, check it out. There's some really good demos of it. Anyway.
I can't wait to play it with my Silphio because that's another amazing instrument. So
Right. I
What
just
about
think
Matt?
I don't want any more stuff.
Well, yeah, there is that.
Yeah.
Matt, is there anything that you particularly wouldn't have? The worst thing. So we've done the top 10 things that everyone must have, the best things for Christmas. What wouldn't you appreciate for Christmas in the synth-related world?
Timberwolf.
Yeah. I would say Volca because I've got nowhere to put it, but
There's always
everyone's
somewhere to
got a
put
place to put
oh,
those.
there's always, yeah, there's always somewhere.
Get a little synth wood stand. You can have your Volcas with wood.
It's like the opinion.
Is that
Everyone
an
has an
insertion
axle,
tool?
right? So the Volca.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
I
stand.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think so. Nothing I wouldn't give a shot at. I'd have a go at anything just to see if it brought something different. If it brought something different, but that would be it. There's nothing that I would say definitely not that I can think of.
So that was a particularly fruitless.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Back at you, Mr. Longhurst.
So that was the basis for my next podcast, which I think I'm just going to go now. Bye.
Everyone will buy anything.
How about yourself, Andrew? Is there anything?
See? Quadrant demonstrandum.
Anything I wouldn't buy. There's a lot I wouldn't buy, actually. Mostly it's software. But it's only on the basis that I like, as I've said many times already, I like grabbing handfuls of stuff and being able to directly control stuff. I've gone back to that after years
You
of...
like giving a knob a good yank, don't you?
Yeah, and I also like playing with synthesizers. So
Yeah.
it's an interesting...
Hey, unless they're panel mounted, you can't yank on a knob, all right? So
Yeah, you're American. So, yeah, no, nothing particularly. I don't think nothing particularly.
Presser's got a suggestion. Korg digital drums, their first ones.
Yeah, someone gave me that for Christmas. I might be disappointed.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Hi, fashionable.
Hello.
Hey, Robert.
The D, whatever it was, that drum machine.
Yeah.
DDM5 or
The DDM, no, 10. There were two where there was a Latin one as well. Yeah, I had that. It was fucking rubbish. Yeah. And it didn't have MIDI.
Is it the one that Alex Ball keeps using?
Yes, every now and again, drag it out. It just sounds. It just.
All right, everyone to attention. Fiona's entered the.
Hi, Fiona.
Hey, Fiona.
Fifi! Here we go.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. Guten Abend.
Abend.
No.
Schöne Pulli.
Oh, I see. She's just killed the Roly.
Thank you, dear.
Comes in, trashes the joint, and buggers
Thank
off.
you. Come again.
She's just been to rate your jumper drawer, I think.
Yeah, where is that jumper?
I have to say, in terms of
Not fashionably
software,
deaf now.
very happy with my recent purchase of the Arturia V collection.
Ah,
Like, really
nice,
good.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not bad. So because I already owned Pigments as well, it's been a good week for me.
Yeah, that update was really good, wasn't it?
Yeah, really nice. But yeah, so I got the V collection for very little at all. It's amazing. You know, it's like about $4 per synth or something. Crazy.
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there.
And
For
having said I
sure.
wouldn't like software, Cherry Audio GS80. No? Really?
No one can't.
I have to be diplomatic. People are watching.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't question him. Stream ends.
I don't know. That was a great stream. We were like talking for half an hour before the show started.
Yeah. You can do a little bit of work, maybe.
Here's the thing. Once upon a time, synths used to arrive when they arrived. Not that many, not that often. When they did, it was a big thing. And you'd have to travel a long way to go and see one, usually somewhere in Denmark Street if you were in the UK or whatever.
Yeah.
You go somewhere and you try these things out, and you wouldn't have an awful lot to compare it with, and you'd just be seduced by it, and you'd either find the money or you'd buy the next one down in the range to buy. Yeah, that was the whole deal.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
bought it.
Yeah.
The problem now is when something comes out, there are so many, first of all, but also there are so many people doing reviews that you can get to look at it and listen to it. And I'm not sure that doesn't kill the lust or the desire to buy, as more than is necessarily useful for people making this stuff.
Yeah, it's true enough.
Yeah, bias paralysis.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you kind of
too
don't
much
get to
choice.
discover these things yourself, and it's like it loses the enigma,
Yeah.
And everyone uses these things differently.
Yeah.
Everyone. And so it's down to how you engage with a particular machine. And I think you kind of miss that. I think getting hands-on, I'm concerned that in the not too distant future, we'll lose music shops and we won't be able to play these things.
Well, exactly. I mean,
It's already happened.
when it came to Friday, and I'm like, "Fuck, I need an NTS1 soon." I'm like, "Where the hell do I go?"
Yeah.
It's just like,
Yeah.
shit.
Limitations are great, but having too much stuff, you never get bored. So
I never get bored anyway. Just don't. I never, touch wood, never struggle for inspiration. It's just, I don't know. But I have to
get
say, new
frustrated.
kit is good for inspiration, but I'm never like,
Sometimes.
that's the main reason I get it. You get ideas right away. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Or
But I never- I never
learning your old kit.
yeah, absolutely. That's one of
Yeah.
the best things. And just go and watch the YouTube videos on the kit you already own. It's like that's a great one because then you get to like virtually buy it again.
Yeah.
And buy
It only
into
took me
it again.
half a year to get to know that thing a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think that's got enough knobs on it.
What you have 3 knobs per 4 oscillator tune. I mean, that's like 3 more than you need.
Yeah, but as I discovered playing with one, sometimes one knob does multiple things, which is bad. So
What? No,
it's a known glitch. It's one of those damn glitches it has. The hard
No,
crash, the knob issues, and some other stuff.
Never not between the last firmware is mostly gone. I mean, it still has some interesting bugs where certain menus might lock on you if you too quickly press some buttons. But just treat it like an older computer and don't press different section buttons too quickly.
Wow.
Yeah, it takes a while to audition a patch, right? You can't just change it quickly.
What's the CPU in it? A bloody clock.
Well,
Have you
You have
wound
to
it
wind
up
it in the
recently?
back.
Yeah, you have to wind it with a key.
It's got pendulum.
What's that noise?
A little hamster and a wheel inside there. You got to feed it. So
Set your MIDI clock with the coin.
Yeah. Damn, my elastic band is broken.
Oh, poor John Harrison.
Mind you, that's not far off memory mode. If you play them really, really fast, the display winks out.
On the memory mode,
Yeah. You go blah, 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 really, really, really quick, and the display goes, oh, fuck it, and goes out.
Well, at least it's the right way.
never seen that. That would explain exactly why I've never seen that.
But at
we have to
least that's
test
the
for
right
these
priority. That's the right priority. That the display is on lower precedent than getting all the voice parameters out.
Yeah, well, yeah, there you go. Mind you, I think actually you can do it with the Prophet 5 as well if you really go for it. And it will. It'll just go, all right, bollocks. Over it goes.
I mean, on a Prophet 600, that must be possible to make it really happy.
Basically, pushing a key will crash it. Poor little thing.
I mean, on a T8, when you do aftertouch wiggles on
Yeah.
eight nodes, then the first processor that just does that is fine, but the second processor that does the envelopes is getting a bit confused.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it goes through 4 FIFO chips to the voice cards that you can't get anywhere. And when they go, it's like, yeah, good night, throw it away. But it's quite limited. It's like a bottleneck. Because you've got the processor, you've got the CoPro, and then you've got this tiny, tiny little, like, hose pipe for all the data to try and get through. It's ridiculous. But, sounds pretty cool.
I seem to recall when we were putting together the command stations, the EMU command stations, we eventually got into using the coal fire processors on that, specifically to handle the MIDI. Specifically to do that. So it took it out of the pipeline and just parallel processed everything. So it speeded everything up massively because we were just running into bottlenecks. Yeah, we were running arpeggios and sequences and 32 channels of this and, you know, all sorts of real-time controllers. And it was just jamming up. And I think we ended up using, I can't remember if it was 1 or 2 coal-fire processors just to handle that side of it. It made a huge difference.
Yeah.
So it has to be pretty beefy. I never had a problem with mine. So
Yeah, they're great. They're great. Great machines. Great machines. Really, really good.
Well, you think if you've got a processor that can only do jet set Willy at about 15 frames a second, it's not going to run a memory mode, is it? So, poor old thing.
Poor old thing. It's enough about me.
I'd like to. I was going to ask Matt a question. I'd like to know why you were asking about the Psychologic thing. Isn't it just a great big sync box that sync tape recorders and Fairlights and things together and stuff?
Yeah, but Rick Wakeman had 3 Nick, didn't he?
Yeah, I happen to have one anyway. By the way, I've got an M16. I've had it for years. It's a brilliant. It's a
Not
brilliant.
from a bloke down at the petrol station.
Back of the lorry.
Yeah, one
They're
of them, mate.
really, they're really, really
those
good for live. They're really good for live. The M16s are really good for live. You can probably bulletproof.
Isn't it basically just because those are the MIDI routers he's been using so long and likes how they work, so he keeps using them?
Yeah, and you know, but that's a good reason to carry on using things. MIDI is still only 32 kilobit. You know, it's that serial thing. You can only do so much with it, and it works. So why replace it? Why replace it anymore? It works. The M16s are good boxes for that thing. I'm surprised. I was surprised to see them there because I thought they would have been replaced by something else. But I guess for such a large rig,
There were quite a few on the last Vimeo, so as soon as I saw them, I thought, oh, it's Rick Wakeman going to buy these ones as well. Just have more in case they break down.
Or get stolen.
Apparently, Paul Whiffen wrote an article on the M16. I'm sure Robbie likes to hear that. So.
There was a
we missed
bunch of
Paul's
stuff.
birthday also.
Sorry?
Paul Artone, apparently, happy belated birthday. Can't remember whether I said happy birthday before, Paul, but happy birthday, Paul. Belated as it may be.
Yeah, happy birthday, Paul.
Happy birthday, Paul.
I already told him on Facebook, so.
So have I.
So he's getting the drinks in tonight then.
Cheers,
Come on, Paul.
Not me.
Put your hand in your pocket. Come on, mate. Don't know how you're going to get that out of the chat window, but working on it.
Right.
So I'm guessing Robbie's watching football tonight. Then.
He is.
Why? I thought it had finished.
No, it's semi-finals, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, but whatever our team's called, it's not in it anymore. So
England.
Thank you. That's it.
Billy Connolly from the 80s. This is the country where you live.
Just didn't know what the football team was called. Sea lions in a yurt or something, which is always a strange place to find sea lions. I just thought it was a funny song. I never really understood what it was all about.
I think it's funny to find sea lions full stop.
Drugs are kicked in then, Andy, have they?
I don't know.
What are you doing in a yurt?
Well, that's what I always wondered. That fucking David Baddiel singing stupid things. I have no idea what it was
Well, if you kill him, you can drag him into your yurt for eating later. So.
That's probably passed you by that one, Andy, actually, because it was a stupid song, a football song.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
You don't want to either. It's minging, like all football songs.
I used to study sea lions. I love pinnipeds. They're cool.
They're cute.
Anybody got any other good misheard lyrics?
I've got the filthiest limericks in the world. I've been saving those up.
Not limericks. We can
limericks.
Is anyone...
There's
Is
a
anyone
website
gonna
called kissthisguy.com after the Jimi Hendrix song. So.
Anyone going to refer you to Peter Kay?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Exactly,
There
yeah.
is that. Yeah.
What? Kiss that guy? I thought it fist that guy.
Well, it's or there's a bathroom on the right from Creedence.
And we're back to Robert's videos on YouTube.
YouTube, excuse me, they used to be on Pornhub. But
I see crossed over now, mate.
Yeah, but the licensing now. It's
As the saying goes, images or it didn't happen. So.
well, no, I've actually talked to the other person. I've randomly encountered them, and Pornhub removed the account because when they called a whole bunch of accounts a few years ago because you would have to verify your age for uploading.
Was that because you kept on putting up shorts?
No, they weren't shorts. That's how long they lasted.
You guys have put the misheard lyrics link in the chat. It's called kissthisguy.com.
Matt's making up his own now.
Kissthisguy.com.
Oh, that's better.
I just got an image of Kenny Everett and his spray can.
Yeah. Flour.
It's Moog party time.
No, not that.
Oh.
Missed it.
Yeah, I know. Like I said,
Close.
not a
Close.
keyboard player.
And a keyboard player, so it doesn't. Any note.
It's the remix.
all the right
the
notes.
remix.
I'm
It's
quite
the
impressed.
remix.
I didn't
But
know
in
I
the
could
wrong
play
order.
that. I didn't even know I could play that.
Not necessarily in the
right
order.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
Oh, I just
man.
wanted to. Oh, it's about the misheard lyrics. It's not that I misheard it; it's that I'll never be able to unhear it. In that, we were in the Vine. If you remember that lovely pub, Jim, the Vine, in Sheffield, yeah, and with Mark Armstrong and a gang, and Alternative Ulster by Stiff Little Fingers came on the jukebox, on the stereo system, whatever it was in the pub, and Mark Armstrong just, I probably went, "Oh, it's Tommy the Lobster," and I went, "You what?" He said, "Yeah, Tommy the Lobster. It's what we all call it, Tommy the Lobster." And I'm afraid I've never ever been able to unhear Tommy the Lobster anytime that song is ever played. Thanks, Mark Armstrong, just ruined that great track for me.
But yeah, the Peter Kay sketch that he does is just brilliant.
It is very clever.
Ich DV, guten Abend, Andrew B. Ich hoffe, alles ist in Ordnung. Ja, alles ist in Ordnung, soweit ich weiß. Ich denke, ich habe alles mit der Versicherung erledigt.
He did.
I had one of them, but the wheels fell off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they didn't fall off. They were actually still intact after the truck had hit me. The wheels were still on, but everything else was smashed up. Chris said, Q, when was the last time anyone used a proper cowbell sound in one of their tunes?
Me yesterday.
Christopher Walken.
Proper cowbell.
You know,
I got a fever.
What I need is more cowbell.
I've actually got a Facebook group dedicated to that. How? I really do.
what do they talk about?
More cowbell?
More cowbell. Nothing. I'm
does-
going to find it now and share it here somewhere.
There's also a guy who was at the Derby EMOM, Oscar Quick. He's a bit of a sort of sound engineer, musician, journalist and stuff. But he's got a vlog on YouTube called Needs More Cowbell. That's his thing.
Yeah.
Where are we?
Don't forget the System 1 added a cowbell oscillator.
Didn't it? Yeah.
More cowbell, less cowbell. I mean,
just
I've
for
not
that sort
posted
of
there
like
for years. But
808 ding sound.
Less cowbell? No, you can't do that.
More cowbell.
That's big.
I wrote basically a kind of like theme tune for a crime drama opening
Oh.
sequence.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a nice big one, that.
Do you want to hear it?
Go for it.
What?
Cool. Well, we'll actually have some music on here. How about that?
Go for it.
It's only a minute and a half. But
That'll do. Yay! Yeah, it's good. I like that.
Great
Very
stuff.
Scandi noir.
Also good intro
Yeah.
for a techno banger there, too.
cool.
Boys
Come on,
from
Morocco!
No.
Oh no!
Pourquoi?
I've got
Ouvrez le
maybe.
pot, etc.
What have the French done now then that's upset everybody?
beaten Morocco.
That's all right.
What, again?
By how many? 2-0.
Two. Morocco played their absolute fucking pants off. They were brilliant, but they just lacked that killer blow, and the French
They
were
didn't
lucky.
win.
Sorry, Ollie, they were lucky. But there you go.
Looky bastard.
They were.
Hi,
Never
Rob.
mind. I'm gonna have to support the bloody French now because I'm not supporting the Argies.
No,
Not what they did.
Let's just hope the Argies and the French kick the shit out of each other and none of them finish.
That's almost the ideal World Cup final, isn't it?
I suppose. I'd have liked, England against someone else.
No, that would have been good. But in the absence of that, Argentina and France kicking each other to pieces would be it's a good thing.
I'll tell you what, Croatia Morocco would have been a hell of a fight.
That would have been a great final. That would have been a superb final. If only just for the fact it's Croatia and Morocco, nothing else. If they could have just sat there and twiddled their thumbs for 90 minutes, it would have been great that both teams got there. But never mind. It's only a game.
I reckon
Only
we
a
lost
game.
because Freddie Flintoff had an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. Anybody heard how he is?
What's this?
Yeah,
Fred
dead.
actually? What?
Dead, but his conditions described as comfortable.
Comfortable.
Dead but comfortable.
No, he's fine.
He's dead comfortable.
fine.
Yeah.
He's dead comfortable. He's fine. He's absolutely fine.
So
I see.
crashed something in it.
Ah,
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Yesterday, wasn't it? Still.
Yeah.
Oh, Robert's disappeared. Bye, Robert.
Yeah. Was it something I said?
No, it's A6. A6 has killed your connection.
So how's everyone?
Nice.
Hi,
good.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to
Enjoying
deal
the
with something.
Hydra.
I was going to say, how's your Hydrasynth now? It's working as expected.
Oh, mate.
That's a lovely
Do
sound.
you know?
that.
Have you told them what you told me this morning?
Yeah.
Yep.
That it knocks the CS80 into a cocked hat.
Cocked hat, mate.
Seriously?
That's
yeah,
a claim and
seriously,
a half.
I'll sit down at this every fucking day and not bother turning that on. I'll use that for specific
what do you do for heat?
sounds.
Plus, it does so much more, right?
Put
I
a
mean,
coat
it's-
on, I think. Man with more knobs than me.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Keith.
What would you do?
It is well. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Much better. Better out than in.
Full on Brady Bunch.
Hello, Keith. Don't know you. I'm Andrew.
I'm Andrew. I'm Keith. You're Andrew. I'm Keith. I don't know. Yeah.
Sandra at weekend.
I'm,
Sandra at weekend. Gloria bank holidays.
He's Andrew, I'm Andrew, he's Andrew, and the rest are not Andrew.
Yeah. We're
Yeah,
not
I think
Andrews.
we should all be
Just so,
Andrews.
just so you know.
Oh, can you imagine it? Hi, Andrew. What? Who?
Hi, Andrew.
Who, what?
No,
Hey.
Andrew.
Hey, everybody.
Night, Andrew.
That John
Light-
boy.
Light off, Andrew.
And yourself, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm Andrew, but I'm trying to
You do
recover. So
What you doing under them covers,
I'm Andrew, and so's my wife.
if we could all have Andrews on one side, maybe the right-hand side, then it'd be less confusing.
Column of Andrew.
Yeah.
that would be a world-ending event, I think.
I didn't know Dom was going to put a show on tonight.
Oh, he does. He's,
yeah.
Yeah.
This is
that's
serious.
it's
show.
9 o'clock now, isn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
it's on. Yeah, the
Yeah.
other one.
Now.
Let's go and crash it.
Yeah, that's the one he does about mental health and all that.
Yeah, it's not a funny show, that's for sure.
No, it's true. This is a show
Well,
where
yeah, it all depends what you look at.
this is where the mental health starts.
This
This is where the problems arise.
This is the decline, is it?
Then you have to go to that show to try and get sorted out.
how true that is.
Indeed. Yes,
Right before that. Super long, high pitched farts. There we go.
absolutely. Beautiful album.
Pop that chatter.
Well crafted.
Well crafted.
Apparently. Well, they ate a lot of craft.
Not Andrew. There we go. Now we're getting there. Jim, you've had a naughty pass on you.
Celebrity
Jim.
oblongs.
I'm Andrew. Never get that right. Oh, actually, I can't really stay that long anyway. I was going to go around to Dubrek. They're short-staffed on the bar. Never done bar work, but I said I might help out.
Go for
Free
it.
drinks.
I don't really drink, to be honest.
Yeah, but the rest of us do. So how about some free drinks, Jim?
Okay, I'll bring it back here. Yeah. But yeah,
Squeeze them down the mic.
Yeah.
I need to rehearse for Friday. I've got another gig.
You've done Friday before.
No, I'm not playing tomorrow because basically I've got 15 acts I'm putting on at the EMOM, so there's not even room for me.
It was on early doors.
I don't
As in
know.
up to about 9 o'clock. If you had no idea who's going on when.
No, it's a case
Who's
of
on first?
whoever's there.
Uh,
So hopefully people will turn up.
Hello, little baby.
And, yeah. So.
But as I got through quite a lot of stuff this afternoon, I had an afternoon off work today,
Yeah.
day's leave of absence to do all this insurance titting about, which I've got there. I'll be able to come over. Obviously, I'm not going to play because I've not done any getting ready for anything. But I'll definitely come
Awesome.
over to support. I'll be
Yeah,
there.
got some amazing acts on tomorrow.
Definitely.
There's this guy Felix Helix who just does it's just beats. It's just all from this. I can't remember the name of it, but it's an old school massive Yamaha drum machine. That's all he uses. And it's I don't know what it is, but it's like a proper monster of a drum machine. Like, Any ideas?
RX1, RX5.
Large,
Roddy?
large Yamaha.
Roddy?
Yeah.
Is it a drum kit?
RX5.
No.
Is actually all it is? Is it a drum? It's rich.
Just a drum kit. All right, it says
Drum
Yamaha.
kit, sellotape together.
No, it's a DD5, isn't it?
No, it's not.
I'm trying to think of a very big. Oh, has he got one in the collection?
How is it?
That's the 10 in it.
That's the DD10. Well,
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
which even has MIDI.
Yeah.
God,
My
It was-
die.
but there was nothing to connect it to.
There's only MIDI in.
MIDI in. Oh,
Yeah.
that was daft.
4 o'clock.
Same to you.
It's Hungarian for go fuck yourself, I think. Something like that.
So, who else is on, Jim? Come on, keep telling us. What else have we got lined up?
Yeah, there's who else we got? Debbie in the Sea of Fire making her return.
Yeah.
We've got
Okay.
Peter Easton, who was
Oh, is she coming down?
yeah, absolutely.
Right.
We've got Kai Tenderkai coming down from Leeds. I don't know if you remember him playing Leeds. With all he had was an iPad and absolutely fucking rocked it.
Sweet.
Who else? Actually, I can refer to my list.
He's got a little list.
I have a
got
list.
a little
This is the,
His list,
for the good boys and girls. Who else? Oh yeah, Martin Christie, obviously, and Jimmy Andrex from Northern Beat Poets.
Jimmy Andrex.
Etch a Sketch is coming from North Wales, from Colwyn Bay, to do awesome
Not your
modular
mate,
stuff.
that's your mate, isn't it?
Yeah. Got someone new, Bunny McBun, who will be doing like live bass looping.
Yeah.
And basically Morph, who's the guy I played with down in Aylesbury on Saturday night at that gig. And he's really, really polished, really good stuff. Very similar sort of setup to mine with electronics. He's got like Moog Mini Tour and Hydrasynth bassline and Novation Peak as well, sort of, but Ox Track and Digitact and stuff like that in his rig. He does some really good stuff. Who else? 3 of the guys from Stoke coming over. Julian, who's analog, electronic, whatever. Yeah, and Robert Carr or KA.
Yeah.
And someone new, a guy called Jez Thomas, who goes under the name of the Sunray Estate.
I understand Kevin's going to turn up with a P2500. Is that right?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
I think Paul Artola's right, by the way. I think it is an RS7000, like massive workstation thing.
RS7000.
Silver, big silver thing with a disk drive on the front side.
Yeah, and like computery keys
and
shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Buttons laid out in in a piano style, but RS7000.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the one after they brought out the RM1X.
I don't remember that.
I almost
Bit of a
bought
beast.
one. Yeah, they're great, really good sampling and all sorts.
Yeah, that's going to be thunderous through that PA system tomorrow. Absolutely
They're good
thunderous.
boxes.
It should be good. And then Friday night, if anyone's in Derby, then I'll be playing along with. I'll be doing like full hours set along with Cal, Plum, and Slow Toes, which is Thomas Ward, the guy who did like that Volker's set. Awesome set with just a Volker sample. It's just incredible, that guy, what he can do with like nothing.
Do you have an artist name, Andy, or just go on as Andy?
Me?
Which Andy?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's Andy Vonal.
Me?
Vonal.
Mr. Vonal.
The other Andy.
Vonal. Vonal. It's an old hangover, basically.
From the Sheffield days.
From the old Sheffield. I have the artist, Hungarian French artist Victor Basarely, who did loads of op art. Very into his stuff, and I have one of his pictures, an Athena poster basically is framed, and it's called Vonal KSZ. And I thought when I first started doing that, I said that's suitably techno-y sounding. I'll nick that. Yeah. So I took that as my artist's techno-y stage name, Vonal KSZ, and then everybody just sort of referred to me thereafter as Andy Vonal, and that sort of stuck as well. So there we are. That's why.
The funny thing is, like, we were
Anal.
both in the GS.
I was about to say it's become a Pornhub search term.
Look, Andy Volker,
just save you the effort, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there was Martin, whatever his name was, who used to run.
Oh, it's a portmanteau of Volker and anal, is it?
Yes. Why did I never think of that before? Anyway, do you remember Martin, the artist guy, used to do all the sorts of like installations in the arches? Martin, I can't remember his name. But anyway, he was running an event at Healy City Farm.
Yeah.
And Jamie had got me on the listing for that, and that's Jamie Smith, not Jamie Jason.
Not Jamie Wilkins.
Yeah,
or
got
Jamie
me on
Wilkins.
and he put it on the bloody listing as Vonal KFC. You fucking twat.
Referencing your chicken legs.
Chicken. Well, actually, there's another artist on the bill called Chicken Legs Weaver, and I just thought he's taking the piss now. I wonder what happened to Chicken Legs Weaver. He was great, honestly.
Oh wow.
So so these things in your past, and of course at the time I was like really sort of, oh my god, I'm never going to live this down. Of course, you either get really cross and upset about it, or you just go, yeah, whatever, call me what you like, I don't give a shit.
And then you got signed by Colonel Spong. And
Colonel
Spongers.
Oh, The chicken spongats, yeah.
Andrew, but you can call me John.
Finger licking
My
good.
second name.
My second name too.
Amazing
Andrew, but you
recipe.
can call me John is your second name as well.
Yeah,
That's Andrew with a J.
that's what Ian J stands for.
Yes.
So my mother didn't realise that Ian was really a version of John. So really,
Ian,
name's
Ian.
John John.
Yeah, John. Hello, John. Ew.
I don't know what my parents were thinking.
They thought Middlesex was too faffy.
Yeah. Obviously.
Leicestershire didn't work.
Yeah, Leicestershire.
I want to-
Apparently,
I
it was
want-
named after the
Is it
wrestling.
Kentigan?
The wrestling ref.
Oh, is it right? Maybe I've asked you before. I don't know, but I just thought it was perhaps a good Irish thing of the old Celtic Saint Kentigan.
Ah, yeah.
I'm just wondered. You know.
For years, I thought it was just fucking made up. I genuinely did. I told him this.
There is a Saint Kentigan. There's lots of them all over Scotland. So.
I thought it was just like an internet.
Nobody's going to be
Bloom.
called that, surely.
Look it up then.
No,
You don't
I
believe me?
think if my mum had her way, she would have wanted me to be called Liam. Liam.
Liam.
Come here, Liam.
Now I am getting confused because Andy now says James to his mum, which is I'm James to my mum. So, which is
Well,
Are you sure they didn't say call him some sort of count, eh?
That's what
I don't
Dom
know.
called you, didn't he? we had Robbie rate my Yamaha Puricelli and Andy break it.
So, Robbie, what? Rate? I thought you said rape.
I thought you said rape too.
yeah.
Well, past times are
Robbie
past times.
rate with a T. Stop putting the
Enunciate.
T's, Brooks.
Hey, it's a
Enunciate
hobby of
Lela.
his.
What is? Enunciate.
Raping DXs.
I've been raped by a few.
All right.
yeah.
Please.
It's like the Spinal Tap thing, Saucy Jack about Jack the Ripper.
But yeah.
Oh, so- remember them?
What's that?
Sorry.
Longhurst.
Colleen.
Fucking hell.
Weird, isn't it? It's so weird. Colleen's weird.
Do you know, I may keep that.
The thing is, Longhurst was our local funeral directors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nail the lid down,
The,
lads.
the whole of north of Surrey. Longhurst.
Big department store in Bedford. Big hall in north of Newcastle. And I'm not related to any of them.
Are you sure, Lord Longhurst?
Golfer?
Nah,
I'm related to the guy in the top corner.
probably closer to Dewhurst. Really,
Yeah.
isn't it?
I'm related to Kent.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What? Well, are you East Sussex or
Distant
Let's hope you shake
family.
that sheep as well.
But with the surname Lake Evans, are you joking?
Oh, if it's a sheep, we might be related then.
Yeah, there you go. I mean,
Derbyshire.
that sheep was a whore. It really got around.
The thing about sheep is people talk about using
A sheep be a
Wellingtons.
horse.
If you use Wellingtons and put their back feet in, they can't get away. The thing about that, though, being Welsh, part Welsh, is if you do that, you miss out on the snogging at the front.
No. You see, the trick is to take them to a cliff edge and they push back harder.
It's like the joke about the camel, where you're supposed to ride the camel into town, not use the camel itself.
It was a joke, wasn't it? When the bloke goes, he goes, I built that bridge. I built that library. I shake one sheep and what they call me? Oh, yeah. Ah,
The
well.
sheep shagging builder.
Yes. Library builder. Oh, man.
Not has had
Or
relations
Conservative
with
MP for lower... Whatever. I'm going to have to go, gents.
Yeah, me too.
You got to go to the gents.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Either that or I'll wet myself again, which...
Well, if you really, it doesn't matter if you do it again.
Does
The
it not?
first time you need to worry about it. The
Just
second
warms it
time
up
doesn't
again,
matter
just-
anymore.
Just wear one
It's
of
like when
them.
people fall in a river and they
Man
get out
nappies.
really quickly. Why are you getting out quickly? You're fucking wet. You don't have to get out quickly.
That's true.
Well, if I get out quickly, you won't be as wet. What the fuck?
So I don't need to worry about shitting myself then.
No, if you've already done it, it doesn't matter if you do it again.
Well, that's a little worse, but yeah.
It'll keep you warmer,
Yeah,
though.
yeah, absolutely.
Robbie's sitting there going, "What the fuck have I walked into?"
Yeah.
This is
There you go.
I wish
Don't
you'd
mind
got
me.
some
I'm just
extra
making a
time.
mould.
this is pretty low, guys.
Oh, it gets lower. You know the show.
I know. Yeah, you're right. Andy, it does.
I'm still reeling from Vonal.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
Bonal KFC.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Somebody's fallen down the stairs. Give him a hand.
EastEnders is on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark.
Did you kill my monkey?
Is there a cat walking across the
Close.
keys?
May as well be.
Sounds like me on one of my better days.
Dear, dear, dear. Gents, it's been a pleasure.
It's good to see you, Andy.
Was it?
Likewise,
Oh, cool.
Andy.
Speak for yourself.
Cheers.
I'm not there yet.
Oh,
Well, he was
I
doing
like the
Robbie.
ding
He was
dongly
doing.
dangly
Yeah?
dinglies. I
Yeah.
did. Very good, Rob.
Yep. We like the
What-
dang
what-
Really
what-
liked it. Your Christmas-themed DXE.
My
dangly,
FM
yeah.
Carol of the Bells.
Yeah, that
Well, you know, everyone
Oh,
says
the
the fucking
bells.
doorbell.
I thought
Yes.
it was an A. Oh well. There we go. And
The ball patch.
Carol of the bells. No, don't get it.
right,
Yeah,
I'm going to
I
go.
was just saying, what's Cockney rhyming slang for DX7?
Oh, oh.
Pile of shite.
You're missing the rhyming part of that.
Okay. Rhyming for
DX7 synthesizer heaven.
No, fucking hell, it's a doorbell.
I used to like you.
I'm a Cockney. What can I tell you?
Down the hatch.
Bit like
It's the clitoris patch.
Wow.
There we go. It's probably a bit like Devon. That's the
No.
Cockney rhyming slang because it's difficult to get to, but you really like it when you get there.
There you go.
And have
It's
a
even
good
better when you
poke
leave.
around. Oh,
Oh, mate.
mating call. Let's go. Thank you, James. Good
Bye
to
bye,
see
See
Mr.
ya.
Longhurst.
Take care.
you.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you later,
Good night,
fruit bat.
Colleen.
You were my favourite, Kevin.
Fair dues.
What a wanker.
What a wanker.
There we go.
What a wanker.
Oh dear.
Do we have to pay Ben royalties?
Yeah, you do.
Stop using it.
£2,000 every time you use it.
Yeah.
Just give him a
He's not on the
Woody.
show anymore. He's retired.
Oh dear, dear, dear.
Well, actually, who made the recording?
Ah, yeah. You did all the groundwork.
So
didn't
he'll
you,
get
Robbie?
performance royalty, won't he?
But the mechanical royalty.
The mechanical
Guys,
royalty is who recorded it.
Yeah.
And the songwriting royalty,
Well,
that got to Ben as well?
there isn't really.
The lyrics.
I don't think that can qualify.
I recorded it and edited, and the original insult was aimed at me. I get everything.
Oh, honestly, the comedy timing on that there at the time.
It was
was
Oh, it was
brilliant.
superb. Absolutely superb. That's what was really annoying.
Two-faced Ben, as we.
That's what was really when Ben was doing the. I can't remember what it was he was talking about, but he was pretending to be Noah talking. And as he said, when he was talking about the Hydrasynth, and I got Noah to point his paw at the Hydrasynth, and that bloody camera pulled up at that very moment, so you don't see him do it. I was like,
Do you
really
mean
good.
he was like standing at the prow of a boat going, all this bloody rain. Thank God we've got all the animals on board. Where's that chuffing Mount Sinai so I can park this bloody boat? Or have I missed something? What was...
that last thing.
Why was he doing an impersonation of Noah?
No, Noah's the dog.
Noah's the dog. Noah's the little dog.
One of Kent's dogs.
He's the little Spanish dog.
For a moment there, I thought he'd woken up from a coma. And just carried on
Andy or the dog?
completing the sentence, the last sentence that he was talking about. There he goes. And another
then
thing.
they all died.
It was amazing to sit there just watching Kent going, what?
Doing the dog thing.
Now he's not here and he's dealing with something. Please somebody enlighten me as to what Robert has allegedly done in his past, because there's been so many allusions to this that I've obviously missed. I'm really quite intrigued now.
And I don't know the story.
You're just looking for a web address. Come on, I know what you're doing. We know what you're up to.
Some light bedtime reading.
Robert inferred, or implied, I don't know which one it was.
If he said it, he implied it.
Yeah, so he implied that he might have, in his dim and distant past,
been a refrigerator repairman.
being a refrigerator or stroke pizza delivery guy, stroke photocopier engineer.
In Sweden.
As Monty Python said, a repairman with a difference.
Yeah.
Indeed. Yeah.
In Sweden.
In
With the
grab legs.
Yeah, with the grab legs. He implied that he might have had a salubrious film career, shall we say.
And you believed it. Right, okay.
Yeah.
We don't have to believe it, it's just fun.
No, he kind of inferred it sort of comedically, and we ran with it.
Yeah. And we still do.
And it's got a whole folklore around it.
Yeah, now it's a thing.
Just like you bricking instruments, Andy. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, in a bar of ill repute, in a bar of ill repute in Germany, when I was 21, I was actually approached and asked. And I just laughed. I said, "Have you seen him?"
You were approached and asked.
Yeah, by Robert.
No, by.
But they go, "Are you vocal KFC?"
No, that's in the days before that.
Oh,
actually,
right.
Have you got a greasy chicken bone?
Actually approached me and said, "We're looking for people. Would you be interested?"
I've seen more meat on the leg.
And I just bloody laughed. It was the funniest thing ever. I thought, you've got to be bloody joking. Honestly.
Robert asked me to shoot one, but I got distracted by the carpet and ruined the shot. So.
In pornography, that term has a completely different meaning.
It certainly does.
Shooting the carpet.
You get carpet burns too.
Yeah, carpet burns, absolutely, yeah.
Carpet
Apparently.
Oh, the roads we go down. The scenery we see.
Yeah, a little bit different than Dr. Seuss's "Oh, the Places We'll Go," right?
Jim's gone.
Oh dear.
Hi, Jim.
I think we've broken Jim.
Yeah.
He's gone to Google carpet burns. It's all right.
Looking for a soothing ointment.
It's okay. It's a small part.
I think that might have a long release time on it.
Yeah, that was the full frontal nudity sketch.
That'd go on forever.
Whereas I would only perform a scene in which there was total frontal nudity.
PPG.
Mr. Brooks, did you get your SD card for your sample track?
Nope, not yet. No. No, I've been busy doing other things. So it's just sitting there.
You don't have a spare to reformat? I just grabbed one for my camera.
Busy doing nothing.
Lots of things what to do. Sorry, we're having our own little recital.
Yeah,
over
we
here.
are. Yeah.
Just use a spare card. You don't need a fancy card for it.
No, I know I don't. I haven't got to spare one. I need to go out and get one. But
Before you do,
yes, go on, Robbie, again.
make sure you are on the very latest firmware. There will be a new one dropping. They said they was going to drop it this week, but there have been some problems. And some people have been reporting peculiar issues with their SD cards, and I'm wondering. I know I had some issues when I connected mine to the
You mentioned
Mac.
it. Rand's had it on Saturday.
both Rands and I have got the same card, the SanDisk,
SanDisk.
Ultra, and I've had no issues with the card, but it's actually Sample Trek that's messing the card up when you're connecting it to a computer.
Right.
And that's been fixed in the latest firmware, which is supposed to drop this week. And I've been testing it, and it's been absolutely fine.
If you
And there's
don't,
lots. There's lots of people sort of saying, "Oh, bloody SD cards are," and if anything, the SD cards are probably either absolutely fine or fake.
It's a raid.
Hi, Dom.
Everybody
Hello,
on the
darling.
floor. It's a raid.
Hello. I didn't know you were doing a show tonight.
Yeah. But
didn't know
well,
you-
we
I
didn't. So,
Oh,
we
didn't?
did. We did a wiggly monologue for half an hour whilst we were waiting for Ollie's broadband to fix itself. So we're going to do one tomorrow instead. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Because I had looked to see if there was any shows on tonight, and it seemed to be devoid.
I put it on late. I've been a bit slack because we've been having a little holiday from the streams, but it's all back on now, which is good. What was I going to say? Yeah, so I just suggested everyone popped over. So how Danker Place has come over. Loads of people have just popped over from there. So
God, we've got an audience.
Yeah,
Shit.
Yeah, because we were going to go crash you.
Oh no.
Nope, gotta
It's
clean up the
weird
act
because-
now. That's it.
It's funny because there's now six people less watching it than there was. Which is
We
rather.
just put them all on.
That usually happens when I join.
Can I
How
ask
are you,
Robbie
sir?
a question? Sorry, Dom.
Yeah, no, go for it.
I was going to say, because Robbie, but just a question then. If you don't connect the sample track to your computer, i.e. if you format your SD card on the sample track, then stick it into your computer to put the firmware onto it, rather than a direct link, is that going to work better?
No, because the firmware has to be on the SD card to update. That's the only way you can update the sample track is through the firmware on the SD card. You can't do it. So until this new firmware drops, which seems to fix the SD card issue, if you format your SD card in or on your computer in FAT32 format, so just basic, format, and then pop it into the sample trek and get it to format it, all it's doing is putting the directory structure and copying samples from its firmware onto your card. That's all it's really doing. It's not actually formatting the card, I don't think.
Right, so you format the card on your computer.
Yeah,
So
but you
do
need
you
the
want-
directory structure, which obviously the sample trek does for you.
Do these SD cards need to be formatted, or are they already pre-formatted for use on?
When you buy them new, they generally come formatted in FAT or exFAT, which is like a universal format that can be read by PCs and Macs alike. But Macs will tend to format stuff in their own way, like Mac OS Journaled or APFS or AFPS. I can't remember which way around it is.
APFS.
APFS, thank you. So you're best to format it either in the sample trek or format it on a computer that can format FAT.
Well, a Mac can.
Yeah, Mac can format in FAT.
FAT.
Yeah, FAT and exFAT. But
Because I had to do that when I got
understand.
the organ. I had to do that because it was a bit weird at first, and it had to be in FAT32 format.
yeah, the problem seems to be with the sample trek is the way it handles its connection as an SD card reader with a computer, and it's both Windows and Mac. And I had this issue where I connected my sample trek to my Mac, and and then you put the sample trek into card reader mode, and it shows up as an external drive on your computer. And then I just opened the drive up and transferred a bunch of samples into a particular folder, and ejected the drive from the Mac, which is the safe way to stop it working. And it ejected from the Mac, but when I went back to the sample trek, it was stuck in card reader mode, and it wouldn't come out. So I had to literally pull the power cord out. And then when I put the power cord back in and turned it on, it wouldn't boot. And the reason it wouldn't boot is because something had been corrupted on the SD card. And when the sample track boots, it looks for the SD card. That's one of the first things it does. It calls the SD card, and if it doesn't get a response, it will kind of like hang. So anyway, reported that to the guys at Sonicware, and they've come up with a new firmware, which I've been testing since last weekend.
When's it going to drop? Do you know, Robbie?
It's supposed to be this week. So at some point, we seem to have confirmed that this whole drive issue and the card issue has been sorted. There were a few other little bugs that they were looking to squish with this release. So I imagine it'll be here soon.
Right, lovely. Okay.
But,
Thank you for the help.
Yeah. Always make sure you got the latest firmware, and just in case, back your card up. Just in case, just back your card up, or don't put anything critical on there for the moment. It's
quick caveat about firmware though. In this case, it's a good idea, but my Native Instruments Machina Plus just got fucked with the latest firmware, so you got to be careful being bleeding edge sometimes.
Oh yeah.
It's quite scary. Anyway,
but other than that, I mean, since putting that firmware on, it's been absolutely rock solid. Not had any issues.
Okay, cool.
Very happy with it.
Right. Thank you for your answers and your help. Cheers also, Dom, for allowing me to sort of interrupt. Hi, Dom. How are you?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm good.
Because you we were sort of partway through.
I'm allowing you to do anything. I just.
No. We were sort of partway through it, and I sort of.
That's
like,
okay.
I need to know the answer to that one. Anyway, so
No worries at all.
we've missed you, by the way. On
Yeah, it's been
Sunday
an odd
nights.
few
I know
weeks
you,
actually.
you've had a lot on, I know.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, I ended up with a slightly extended Sunday show break. Obviously, Christmas is on its way now, but yeah, it's all good now.
It is.
It really is, isn't it? It really is. Last day of school tomorrow.
Yeah, but Thai Christmas
I forgot the
started
boy
about
one.
3 weeks ago.
Last day of school for me is next Wednesday. Oh, joy.
Yeah, we saw the nativity play today, so that was kind of cool.
That's
Luna
fine,
May
I
was a
suppose.
king.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Brooksy, speaking of school, I had a question for you. I heard in parts of Asia, especially China, they don't get a summer break for kids. The kids basically work on assignments all through the summer. Do you guys do that at all in the UK?
No.
Okay, because then we don't. We just fuck off in
I
the
mean,
summer. So.
you'll have-
It
It does depend on
depends.
the age, I guess. You might.
Yeah.
It depends on the age. I mean, certainly the year 10s will be given things to do over the summer for GCSE, and also the year 11s who are going to go into the sixth form. There's a
Some prep stuff.
bridging materials, because actually it's quite a jump from the GCSEs, which are done at 16, to the start of the A levels, and some of them find it a bit of a sharp wake up call in September
Yeah.
when they start, because a lot of them, a lot of kids, they do really well at GCSE where they're spoon fed. Spoon feed. This is how you pass the exam. Spoon feed. Then they get to A level and they go, here's this what we've been looking at. Now you need to go and find out all of this to do that. And a lot of them begin to flounder, where it's a lot more independent. It's not guided. It's not learn this and spew it out.
Much more like the real world.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. Yeah.
Because that's what they're going to do at college and university.
Quite exactly, and quite a lot struggle. I know you get a lot of people going into the sixth form who actually not necessarily cut out for it. They've got good GCSE grades and they've met all the requirements to go into the sixth form, but actually you think they're not.
Yeah,
really
some people
suitable
test well,
material.
but can't handle the pressure in general.
Can you change the oil in my car? I don't think so. Can you?
Well, the world needs hewers of wood and drawers of water. There doesn't need everyone to have a degree or A levels. Unfortunately, that's a truth, and there will always be people who actually get to their level, and they can't get any further. And that's not a criticism of them. It's just one of those things where we all must have our topping out point.
And
Not
sadly, I knew
everybody's
people at
suitable
Stanford
to
who
it.
were real dopes.
Well, yeah, it could be. You could be as highly academically qualified as you like.
Some of them get in with
Stupid
family
about certain
issues.
things.
Some of them get in
I
with
confess
some
it,
other
I've
kind
handled.
of, you know.
Well, also at that age, I mean, half God, half beast biscuit saying it's easy to go off the rails. At that age, you're just going to go mad anyway.
Half beast biscuit, yeah.
Mr. Biscuit, you mean?
Mr. Biscuit. Age like 17. The last thing I wanted to do was study.
I didn't know what I wanted to do at
Everybody's
17. You know, my dad said get an apprenticeship, so I got an apprenticeship. I didn't want to do that either. You know,
I just wanted to do music, and they didn't take me
I did
seriously.
too. I did.
I mean, they were just they were the usual
But
kind
now,
of. Yeah, but what do you really want to do?
Your hands
you know?
on your lips, going, look at me now.
I did try and get into music college, but I didn't have the qualifications. You know, they wouldn't entertain me because I wasn't formally trained at piano. You know, I mean, I have to say it's much more. There's a lot more open courses for people these days.
Yeah,
much more
exactly.
Vocational courses, and that's how it should be. You know.
Yeah, completely.
You know.
Yeah, what you can do in media and it's amazing. Absolutely,
Yeah.
made much more focused on real world jobs.
Yeah.
Because even back then, you're not going to come out and be a mathematician, are you? Really, or a scientist? Pretty much, you know. And yet you're doing maths and science. You know, it's like.
Besides, you've got MIDI chord packs now.
Yeah, they do everything.
Yeah, exactly.
It depends on music school too. I saw a woman perform at Stanford Karma who's just on acoustic guitar making funny lyrics and nothing really classically serious, and she was there on a program. So.
Yeah.
Who are we to judge?
Certainly at university, it's about can you study at that level. I always found, you know. I mean, I went and did a master's in music tech just for fun. You know, having done other courses. You know, so providing you can study and you can prove you can study at that level to take on a course, especially now you're paying.
Well, that's right. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm actually guessing, but I suspect now that you pay, they don't look too closely as to whether you actually can do the course. You know.
Who here went to university? I didn't.
I did the
dropped
OU.
Okay, that's cool.
Computing at the I did it. Took me 5 years or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Degree in computing at university. Then I went and did a master's in multimedia education at Huddersfield. And then a few years later, I went and did my master's in music tech at York. Because I was working there, so
yeah.
And it was just before I had to pay for the course fees at York, but it was just before, knowing full well that, you know, once they introduced course fees, they were just going to go up and up and up. I mean, that course now it's no longer around, but the equivalent course is $9,000 a year, full time or part time. You know, now I couldn't have afforded to do that, although I had a job and a salary. I couldn't afford to. And
I'd love to go back and do a master's degree or even do another bachelor's degree.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say there's some bits of it. I mean, a whole module on dither was a bit like pulling your eyes out.
I'm quite good at dithering.
Yeah. I do know the difference between the types.
You don't need a degree for that, do you?
Yeah. No, I know the difference between the types of dithering. If anybody really wants to know,
I'm not sure.
But you know,
no, I'm kind of glad I didn't. I took a year off. I had a place, but they were. I think actually, half beast makes another good point. You chose the wrong subject, pushed into science and maths because I was deemed good at it. But I'm creative. I was going to do like electronics or something, you know. But back in the days when it was electronics rather than or electrical rather than electronics and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Anything sort of to do with that, they weren't the right courses, and the people when we went to the university to kind of check it out and meet people, they had fourth year students showing you around and stuff, and they were just the weirdest. I'm nothing. I was probably hugely into, like clever and stuff, but no social skills whatsoever at all. You know, it's like, and I was trying to work out whether they were like that as a result of the course or whether they'd been like that when they started the course, and it was really off-putting. So yeah, I took my year off. Did you go, Robbie?
No, I didn't. I had the careers officer sit me down like they did all of us that were just going through our O levels at the time, and she sat me down and says, "What do you want to do when you leave here then?" And I said, "I want to be a rock star."
Yeah,
genuinely said it. I said, I want to be a musician. I want to make my living in the music industry, and she goes, well, I don't think there are any courses at college for that. And I said, no shit, Sherlock, because at the time I'd flicked through the pages of
AES,
Sound on Sound or whatever it was at the time, and found the Gateway School of Music and Recording Technology, which was based down in Kingston upon Thames.
Yeah.
And my parents had divorced 3 or 4 years before that, and my dad was having a rough time of it, and my mum wasn't really well off at all. And so I approached both of them with the hope that they might say, yes, here's the £2,000 you need to go on this 6-month course that doesn't guarantee you a job at the end of it. And so they said no to that. So I said to the careers officer, I want to be a rock star, that's what I want to do. And she said, why don't you do an electronics course? Like you said, and I went along for because she said, "Oh, that must have something to do with music production. They use electricity."
Yeah, exactly.
So I went along for the first day, and that was it. I walked out. It was just because it had no relevance whatsoever.
It was about kind of pylons and generating.
Yeah, it was just I actually wish I had studied it, because now being able to go into the guts of synthesizers and do a tiny fraction of what that man in the top left does. It would have been really nice to fully understand everything that goes on inside there, but it's whatever. So I didn't go to college or uni until I then got a job. So my first job was at the co-op as a sales assistant, and they put me on there. Exactly, yeah. Well, it's funny that because I started there. And they put me on this kind of fast track management thing. So they actually paid for me to go to college and do a BTEC in business studies and finance, which I passed and got all of that. But during that time, a customer came into our shop and she said, "Oh, somebody told me you're into your music." And I said, "Yeah." She says, "Oh, we've got a studio just next village over. We're looking for someone. Do you want to come along?" And I was like, "Yeah." So I jumped on my motorbike and went to this literally out in the middle of nowhere, little village called Drinkston. And this guy, I never remember his name, but Status Quo used to record there, and Roachford had recorded there, and a bunch of others. And it was one of those kind of studios that bands went to because they didn't want to go 3 floors underground, with no daylight. In London, they wanted to come out to the country and have big open windows, and it was basically T-Boy sort of thing. And I sat down for he took me around the studio. I'm like agog because it's a really fucking nice studio. And I said, "Oh, would I get to go on any of this?" "Oh, yeah, well, we'll get to that. After, give you about a year or so in the job and make the teas and skim the pool and flush the shit out of the loos and paint this and do that, and then maybe we'll show you how to operate the tape machine." And I'm like, okay, all right, well, yeah, I'll figure that. And then he offered me £10 a week less than what I was on at the co-op, which was square root of fuck all anyway. So I was on £45 a week with the co-op, and he offered me £35, and it was further for me to travel, so it would have cost me more in petrol on my little 50cc motorbike. So I go home and I'm sort of like, oh, do I take this pay cut and be worse off but have a job that might get me into something, or do I stick with the money? And because I needed to leave home. That was the thing. Me and my stepdad weren't getting on, so I needed to leave home. And I made the wrong choice. I stuck with the co-op.
That's a sliding doors moment,
isn't it?
Well, you've had all the free tea and coffee you want.
Well, the thing is, this happened around like 1987 when Rick Astley hit the scene, and of course, the Rick Astley story was the T-Boy, that made it, and my mum was like, "You could have been the next Rick Astley," and I'm like, "No, I really couldn't, Mum," but she was quite insistent.
That's how old Dancy started out, isn't it?
Well,
loads of people
started out, and I just
it could have been Robbie Rolled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, it's one of those moments where you look back and you think, "Oh,
wow.
what if?"
Yeah.
So there you go.
Gosh.
Shit happens.
I think
My only practical use for my degree is the goofy micro streams that I do on YouTube. So,
well, do you know, all my siblings have gone to university, and all of them are in jobs that have nothing to do with what they did at uni. Nothing. And even my mum went back to uni. You know, she was in her 50s. She went back and she got her degree. She never used it for anything. So I'm kind of thinking.
I mean, I'm the first of my family, anybody in my family, to go to university, although part time. And then luckily the boys have gone. No.
So I came out of school with grade 3 RE. That's it.
Oh, I came out of school with nothing. Literally nothing.
Well, even that, the only reason I got grade 3 is because the guy running the exam fell asleep.
Yeah.
And I still only managed to get grade 3. The cheat, I still can't get into it. Because I mean, I've had customers say to me before now, they go, "Oh, where did you train?" What?
That station.
There's no way where you can train to do this shit, mate. I tell you.
Thing is, though, I mean, you talk about electronics and stuff. YouTube and the stuff that's available for self-teaching is so good.
Yeah. Mind you, there's an awful lot of misinformation out
there. Yeah. But if you want to learn, I mean, there's stuff that I'd never quite understood, but I always sort of wished I did from school, and the words and things. Whether it be particle physics or something, I don't know. What is that? I don't know. But you can get lost in the YouTube rabbit hole of like, I kind of get it now. I get a bit of space-time continuum or whatever it might be, or how does a transistor work, or whatever. How do you draw a cartoon dog? It's like at our fingertips. It's brilliant.
A science degree is actually quite useful. I mean, my eldest is a good example. So he went and did a degree in physics. I mean, he came home after, I think, first term and explained to me the theory of relativity, which I thought was pretty cool at the time. But all the time he was doing his physics degree, he's reading the classics. So he then decides he doesn't want to do physics as a career. He wants to go into literature. And he says, I'm going to get a job working for a publisher, Dad. I went, good luck with that one, Matt. Anyway, the lad, that's exactly what he did. He went back and did a master's, paid for it himself, different university, a master's degree in literature, and then worked his way up through publishing. Started in production. He's now a senior editor.
Wow.
And he's looking at becoming something else. I can't say what because we are live on the internet, but
we are.
Oh
God.
But
I wanted to be an actor. I didn't even want to go. I wanted to be an actor. I wanted to do something down that route, and I had no idea where to go or who to speak to about it. Mum and Dad. Well, my mum didn't know. I mean, Dad's already gone, but she had no idea. I think, so, panel beating it is then.
It's not too late. You can just skits on YouTube. So
I think careers advice when we were at school, Kent, because we are a similar age. I mean, honestly, it's like you saying. I mean, I went to the careers advisor and he said, "What do you want to do?" I said, "Well, actually, to be honest, I don't know really. I'm into music. Oh, there's nothing there for you. You won't get into music college. I think the best thing you can,
didn't you?
Yeah, I think the best thing you either get yourself an apprenticeship, lad.
Yeah.
Or shop work.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, so when I went to my careers officer, I told them I wanted to be a rock star, wanted to be a musician, and they said, well, there's no courses for that. And it wasn't like, let's have a look at what you're good at, because we didn't have predicted grades back then. Like nowadays, I mean, I've got every few months I get my predicted grades for my son, or for my daughter, a few years ago, and so we can see where they're going, and they can sit down with someone and say, look, you're doing really well at this, so how about we guide you down this path? And my daughter was, because she was really good at art, so they guided her, and she went and did an art A level, and she got her art A level. But with us, it wasn't like, because I was brilliant. I loved drama. I absolutely loved drama, and nobody came to me and said, well, why don't you look at a place at the drama school?
Yeah, I know.
Or so, and that would have nurtured that a bit more, or because I wanted to do music at O level, because we didn't have music tech back then, so it was just music, O level music. And when we had our options, I chose it. That was the first thing I did. So I want to do music, And my music teacher called me in after the end of one lesson and said, I'm afraid I can't put you forward for music O level. And I was like, why? And it's, well, because you're not being taught an instrument by a professional. So there was all the kids that were being taught flute or cello or violin, and their parents were paying, for the tutoring. And so he said, look, if you want to do it, can I suggest that you get your parents to pay for you to learn an instrument? At least it doesn't matter if you're any good or not, just that you're being taught, and that will qualify you to get onto the O-level course. And of course, as I said, my parents, my dad was a restaurateur, and at that time, country was going into recession, and he wasn't making much money at all. He couldn't afford it. My mum certainly couldn't afford it. And that was that. I couldn't be taught a thing, so I was not allowed to go on the music O-level course, even though I probably had more enthusiasm than anyone to go on that course. They just wouldn't let me on because of that stupid criteria. And I'm still in touch with I speak to my music teacher still to this day, and he still kind of regrets that was the case. Not with me personally, but overall, that there were so many people he could have put forward and couldn't because they weren't able to be taught a music instrument professionally. So
it's funny you're saying about the drama thing, because I was into drama. In fact we had school. We created school plays. I remember that in secondary school each year, and there was no teacher involvement apart from the whole thing was overseen.
Yeah.
But everybody, in the drama, and it was a self-created drama group, and we put a play on just before every Christmas, and nobody ever suggested that. And I have to say, I never thought about doing drama. I don't know if I've been any good at it, but
we
I
didn't
did
have
enjoy
any
it.
going on in our high school at all. Middle school, you used to be able to do the acting classes and stuff like that. You put on little sketches and stuff. Once you got to the high school, there was none of that. Even though they had this huge stage with a grand piano and curtains and everything, but they never did anything on it. Ever.
that was the first thing. I was always involved in the school plays or musicals or whatever it was. I was like the first person. I was in there putting my name down. What part can I play? If I can't play a part, can I be in the band? Can I be in the orchestra? Whatever. And I made sure I was always in it. And I was Dick Deadeye at 11 years old in HMS Pinafore to rave reviews, darling.
Yeah,
no, but it was that was I was straight in every time, and every school I went to, the first thing I would go to would be the drama teacher and the music teacher. And say, what's the school production, and can I be in it? I want to be in it. And then ended up a bit like you, Ian. The high school that I finished at, because I went to 3. The high school I finished at was the same one that my kids go to, or went to. I ended up writing material that was performed and writing music that was performed, and that was I was just so into it. Yet nobody picked up on that and said, how about we steer you in this direction? It's just it was like, so I ended up working in a fucking grocery store, and ended up in retail for 15 years.
Well, darlings, I'm going to go to bed now. I have to be at silly o'clock in the morning, so lovely chatting with you as
Mandy.
always. So
Go get your beauty sleep.
Yes, I definitely need some of that. Andy.
You came and you left
Very
without
much.
taking, but
Yeah.
I sent you away.
Oh, Andy.
Good
You
back
can hit the
off
what a
again.
wanker button one after
He's more of a unmanned
My finger is on the button.
guy.
I'm sure it was
on
poised
the
most
button.
deliciously. I should.
He's very diligent about these things,
Yes, he is.
One is right. Tro. See you all
See you
soon,
later.
folks.
Bye, mate.
Nice stuff, buddy.
And
What a wanker.
It'd be funny instead of that, you hit the womp 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 womp.
And I'm going to pop out for an hour or so. I'll be back. I might be back later.
Oh, okay.
I'll.
Well, just in case you can't remember how to get back to the room.
Yeah, exactly.
I know what that's like now.
Yeah. Well, no, I need to go and spend some time with my dear wife.
Why do you want to do that?
Like you do.
Get away.
Shh, she's watching. No, she isn't watching. All right. It's okay.
Yeah.
I did say I'd see her at 10 o'clock. I'll make a cup of tea. Right, I'll see you in a bit, guys.
All right,
Bye,
buddy.
buddy.
Yeah.
See you
Bye,
later.
buddy.
See you, Ian.
Bye.
Ta-da.
What a wanker.
And then there was 6.
And then there was 6.
Then there were. Dooby-doo-boo. I think I had to choose because I did do music O level, but I think I wasn't allowed to do art. I think you had to give something up. There was only about 2 of us doing it, and it was either German or art. I can't remember. I did neither, but there was really weird choices. It was almost like saying, well, I can't do if I do English, you can't do English lit. It's like if you're going to do this creative one, you can't do that creative one.
Yeah. You can only do so many.
But I've always been pretty bad at art, so it wasn't so bad. But I can imagine if you are a bit creative musically and artistically, it was like, well, you can only do one. But to be fair, the music O level was like
you can't annex Poland.
No, exactly. The music O level was very theory, from what I remember. I think you had to study a composer and learn about him and do a kind of presentation and ask. It was like a verbal thing, and there was also a lot of theory about chord structures and time signatures and keys and stuff, which was useful because it's sunk in, but I didn't realise at the time.
Yeah, but weirdly, our music lessons would be like like
Hands Up who's had a #1 hit, by the way.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It worked.
Yeah, there's truth in that. But we do a composer, but they want, sort of like who's married to when he got married, what school did he go to when he was a kid, and blah, 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 which hand did he wank with, whatever. It was like blah, blah, blah. But nothing about
what
music.
School was that?
It was a very weird one, I tell you. Yeah.
It's hard teaching music. I don't know what they do now, but classical music's very boring to a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, to most people. Do you know what I mean? It's only in the last few years I've thought, wonder what's happening on Classic FM. I'll have a listen to that because it's a bit knackered and it's late or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's not something that you learn about really. Much better to learn about pop music and work backwards.
Yeah. I think that's because my son did music tech at GCSE and he's now doing it at A level. And music tech are 2 different streams, and music is more down the traditional path, and music tech is much more down the modern.
Gotcha.
So they're looking at pop music structure and equipment and technology, of course, but it is more focused on the modern side of things.
That's good. That's good.
And I think if he gets through this, I don't know what he plans to do, but I'd like to think he might take it further because he's doing really. He got level 2 distinction in his GCSEs, so I'm hoping that he's going to sort of carry that on in A level, and then who knows if he goes to uni and then does something a bit more theoretical, or whether he just carries on down the more technical route. Which we had a conversation, and I said, look, all the people that I speak to in this game, very few of them are stars. They all work behind the scenes. They work hard. They don't get paid shit tons of money. They get virtually no recognition. But if that's what you want to do and you're passionate about it, then do it. Don't aim to be the rock star, the #1, whatever. If it happens, and it happens, great. But if not, you're probably more likely to forge a long-term career in the industry, working behind the scenes. That's certainly my experience of
there's always a chance. I always say go for it if that's what you want. Always go for it. But there is a way to reverse out of that and stay in the music industry. Because there's and actually, having worked with quite a few people, it's a horrible position to be in as an artist at the top of his game going down. Man, there's some car crashes going on. You have to be a very strong person to be able to cope with that, I think.
We always think about the going up.
Yeah,
never spare a thought for what it's like.
So many come down very,
over
very
the other
quickly.
side. Yeah.
It's like a lot of things. There's a Jeremy Paxman book about politicians saying that to be a politician, 99% of the time your career will end by getting kicked out. And a disaster. You'll not be elected. You'll get kicked out. There'll be and it's really not something people don't imagine. You've got to be able to take that, and it's true with anyone in the public eye. Generally, But I don't know. Films and music are probably that time where you get that in huge rush of like I'm out on tour promoting the album. The album's doing well. Everyone's interested in me. and it can literally fall apart within weeks, you know, of
Yeah.
you coming back, and the next one isn't, you know.
I mean, you
And
can
the
count
same
on
with films.
literally, you can count on the fingers of maybe one or two hands the number of artists who have been able to forge a lifelong career as an artist rather than as a producer, engineer, whatever. You know,
Very
certainly
few.
proportionately, you know, there's, and what I really hate is these I'll use the generic term artists, but you know, these pop stars that will say to people, "Oh, if you really want it and you work hard at it, and it's what you've always wanted to do, you know, that's all you need to do." And I remember an interview with the Spice Girls of all people where they were saying these sorts of things, and I'm like, no, you wanted it and you might have worked hard at it, but in the end, what happened with you is that you got picked out of a lineup basically because you fitted somebody's preconception of a group that they wanted to market to a certain type of people. And once you were done, you were done. And you know, the Spice Girls, I mean, yes, they sort of have this nostalgic thing nowadays, but they only lasted a handful of years, really, didn't they? Before they then went their separate ways, and some of them forged careers, and some of them didn't.
Well, Vicky had the right idea: marry a millionaire and fuck off.
Yeah, it's hard. It's really hard, that one, because they got themselves into that position to be chosen, which is a hard thing to do. It wasn't completely
There's
luck.
so many thousands of young people doing that.
Yeah.
What
And
are the
yeah, they
chances?
had a really good management team and a really good writing team. And Biff, the guy who produced all that stuff, I took over from to do E17, and I thought I'd got the gig. He literally got the gig, and that he moved away from that into doing it. And I've got, you know, it is horrendously huge hard work for at that level, like you wouldn't believe. So they do a good job, and they coped with it remarkably well for a band of kind of five girls that hadn't known each other. But yeah, I mean, if they're saying, well, I was always going to be famous, that's the wrong way to take it. But I always, you know, the people who take the piss out of Justin Bieber or whoever, such an easy target. That guy works so hard and has done forever, and is like the top of a pyramid, solely reliant on him. That goes, you know, management, record label, promotion, everything all the way down. That if you just take him off the top, everything else falls apart, and it's just like you don't understand. And he's a really good singer, you know, and he writes nice songs, and it works, and he works his butt off, you know.
But you said something quite interesting there, because you know, he's at the top, and you know, any of these artists, you know, whether it's Taylor Swift or whether it's Justin Bieber or you know, Spice Girls, they are the top of a structure. Underneath sits management, marketing, promotions, stylists, you know, all of this stuff. And yes, they're the ones in the spotlight, and they do a lot of hard work. But there's this big team under there. I think there's still maybe it's just, I certainly, when I was young and aspiring to be something, I never thought about any of that. I just thought I could be successful on my talent alone. And I think a lot of people maybe probably still do. Think that, you know, they've got a great band, and they've got a good following, and maybe they, you know, can sell a bunch of merch or get, you know, a decent amount of downloads or streams on Spotify or whatever. But if you look at, like, I don't know, I haven't looked at the top 10 for years, but beneath every single one of those artists is a team like that. And you can't, you know, it's so difficult nowadays to be a band that is just incredibly talented and just does everything on the merit of what they there is all this stuff that sits behind them, and you need to understand that that's the case. You've got to, you know, make some sacrifices and let other people do these things. You can't be in control all the time. And
yeah, I mean, it wasn't. There are obviously exceptions, and also back in the day, those things also existed. You'll always get the sort of. There's a good book, Star Makers and Svengalis, about management, and the Star Makers and the Svengalis are the ones that control the puppets. Yeah. And you could put, say, Simon Napier Bell in a Svengali character, where George Michael is obviously an amazing artist, but he took him and he said, I don't think we can, you know, get you away as a solo artist, because frankly you're not that interesting. So we'll do we're going to get Andrew Ridgeley, we're going to you'll promote you as Bonnie and Clyde type thing to get out there, and bang, and he wouldn't be as successful as he was by any. You probably wouldn't have even heard of him if it wasn't for that. It's a very clever way of managing.
Oh yeah, Wham was a vehicle, wasn't it?
And there are amazingly good bands, Radiohead or whatever, that do get there. But generally, once the first thing gets out there and there's a bit of buzz, then suddenly these teams appear around you.
Yeah.
And if you're not careful, you sign with the wrong ones. But you do need a good manager, because you haven't got time to do that stuff. But then and then a label will come along, and then suddenly you just in that situation.
Yeah. I mean, even if you look at the Beatles, I mean, obviously it was a lot different back then, but they were just, they worked their arse off for years around the pubs and the clubs and in Hamburg.
Yeah,
it was only when Epstein got a hold of them and said, right, we're going to do this with it. I know a guy, I'm going to, he's going to produce you. It was a small team, but it was still, nonetheless, it was a team. And Epstein, controlled so much of what they did early doors. They got the success, they got the money behind them, they got the support of the label behind them, and then they could fuck off and do what they wanted, and then went off to do amazing things and be totally in control of their own destiny. But it takes so much longer to do that nowadays for an artist to eventually become the master of their own destiny.
And the career's quite transient as well, to be honest. I mean, look at Colonel Tom with Elvis. Is the other classic one. Exactly the same, 50-50. Do you know what I mean? It's like, but I mean, at least kind of back in the day, you'd get 2 or 3 singles to try out before you got dropped. Do you know what I mean? And there's so many bands we wouldn't have had that, like the Human League or Japan or most of the, they would never have made the charts or seen a release because they weren't successful fast enough. And a good manager would probably fight that through. But it's kind of hard. But I have a really soft spot for anyone who is at the top of their game, whether they're puppets or whether they're huge talents or whatever, because it's never the way they expected it.
No.
And if they're able to cope with it, that's brilliant, because you're surrounded by people who are telling you every day how brilliant you are, whether you're brilliant or not. And you're obviously going to believe it after a while. And then suddenly they're going to stop telling you that, and that is a real head fuck
I have a lot of time. I have more time for artists that acknowledge the fact that they are part of a structure and they're just the top end of it. I think bands like Spice Girls and others, they were quite look, we were 5 girls chosen from lots of others to be thrown together to do this, and we would we all wanted to do this and we didn't know each other, but look what we've done, rather than the ones that turn around and say, oh no, it was all me, or the marketing machine tries to spin the story that way. Like the whole Ed Sheeran thing, I've got a lot of time for him. He's a very talented guy, but at the outset there was all this thing about him being busking on the streets around, sort of around Norwich and doing all that stuff. And he probably did do that, but it wasn't the rags to riches story that they wanted us to believe.
A lot of work in the background for many years.
Lots of stuff went on. Yeah, exactly. And all credit to him. He does great things, and he makes a lot of people very happy, and he writes some very good songs. Some of the ones I've heard are catchy little numbers. Not my sort of cup of tea, but you got to credit where credit's due. Yeah, ginger twat supports Ipswich Town, for fuck's sake.
And thus the line was drawn under.
And that's the line, exactly.
Well, I met Maureen Lipman in the week. What a lovely lady she is.
How's she
Absolutely amazing lady. She's hilarious, dry sense of humour. Absolutely brilliant. I loved it. I used to live opposite an eccentric hat designer called David Schilling. And he was kind of the granddaddy of hat designers, and he used to be very famous at Ascot because his mother Gertrude would wear his hats, and they were like crazy, really crazy, amazing hats. So he was the first, I think he was probably the first superstar hat designer who could get to charge fortunes for a hat. And he just happened to live opposite me, and I met him one day, and he lives outside the UK now, but he came back and had a little kind of party, and there was only about 20 of us there because it was snowing. But Maureen Lipman was one of the people there, and it was like, she was just brilliant. She's so funny, and yeah, exactly as you would imagine. So there you go. There's my clangy name drop of the moment.
Nice. I've got a nice interview lined up for Monday for our next podcast.
But you can't say who it is, or
Can't they? Yeah. All right. Well, let's just say I'm looking for some lessons in love.
Ooh.
I was gonna say, it's probably not going to be Jim Morrison, is it?
No.
no.
I'm seeing him again next year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Got tickets.
So yeah, really, I'm a little bit nervous because he's a bit of a hero. So yeah, that's gonna be really good.
Hey, Inky, hello.
Anybody listen to the Martin Ware podcast that I put out on Tuesday?
No, not yet.
Haven't
Not
listened
yet.
to it yet.
Haven't
no.
had time yet.
There's some interesting stuff. We talk about the split, which obviously he goes over in the book. The whole human, how it all went down, how that shit went down, which is explained brilliantly in the book. But I asked, about a possible thing,
Really?
like a reunion. And his answers are very interesting and mildly exciting, but yeah, it was really he's great fun. He really is. Like him a lot.
I do love it that the Human League smashed it when they left. Absolutely smashed it, because you can just see how you're rubbish. We're off to do our. We're going to make this funky.
But they both did. I mean, that's what I think.
I know they were both, but honestly, the least predictable huge smash of the time would have been that.
Yeah.
Would have been Dare before they made it.
Yeah.
I just love it. Imagine them watching TV. Oh, we were better than that.
Well, what was interesting was the third Human League album that was supposed to feature, the original lineup that never happened, is pretty much the B-side of Penthouse and Pavement. So they got pretty much all of the tracks down without any lyrics or anything, and they ended up using most of that as the B-side for Penthouse and Pavement. So that's kind of what the Human League would have sounded like had things kind of stayed, where they were. But obviously,
have to look at what tracks they were. I can't remember what was A and B.
Yeah, but it's really interesting, and I mean, Martin didn't do too badly. Let's be honest. They kicked him out of his own band, but he ended up becoming
complete. Not to take anything away from either of them, but if you'd had to bet on a horse at that point, it wouldn't have been Phil.
Yeah,
and the girls that he just brought back from the disco.
Yeah.
That makes sense, actually. Geisha Boys, Let's All Make a Bomb, Height of the Fighting, they're very Human League, aren't they? Whereas Penthouse and Payment and Fascist Groove thing, definitely not.
But I think, Martin obviously has this thing. He's really into, soul music and that kind of thing. And so you could see where Heaven 17 kind of got that dance-oriented kind of sound, that funky, some of the bass lines, brilliant. They're still, I mean, if anybody ever gets a chance to go and see Heaven 17 live, and they're always playing, go and see them, because they are absolute top value for money. Glenn's still got the most amazing voice. So that's that kind of, is it baritone? I don't know. It's a brilliant voice, and Martin's a good laugh. They're a really good band. Yes. Which reminds me, I've got a couple of other podcasts in the bank that I need to get out with some very interesting people that have kind of been pushed to the wayside. Richard Barbieri. That's just I did the
Clang.
They did this.
Cling.
They said, "Would you like to interview Richard Barbieri?" I said, "Does the Pope wear dresses and a silly hat?" Of course I would.
Does mouse shit roll?
Yeah. And so did it all, and it's like, we need Martin Ware. We need this one. Okay, what about this one? So, anyway, still have a long list of people I want to speak to, like Stephen Wilson. Love to get him, Stephen Wilson.
Well, I hope George would take a PSN T-shirt along each time you go to interview and.
Well, that's the thing. I don't
At
go
least-
along to interview anyone. It's all done remotely.
Oh, right, fair enough.
Although I suppose I could really look into changing that. Unfortunately, some of them live a long way away, so it's not always easy. The first one I did, the first podcast I did for Sound on Sound was in person, but that's because they bloody set me up. They said, "Do you want to come and meet David Vorhaus?" I said, "Yes." "Do you want to come to his studio?" "Of course I do." "Do you want to record a podcast with him?" "What?" do you want to what? "Oh, we had this idea. We've got this thing. We're relaunching our podcast channel. We'd like you to interview." "Oh, okay." And then Paul turned around and said, "I just so happen to have bought my Rode portable recording system, which is like a little recording thing with some lavalier mics." "Oh, that's handy. You had that on you." But hey.
Yeah, here's your bus fare. Off you go.
Yeah, I know they did. They put me up in a hotel and everything. It was very good. Nothing grumble. Oh, yeah.
Oh, by the way, Dom. There's another project for us.
Hey, I like this.
We have names lined up for it.
Okay. Who am I?
Who are you?
What's my name?
I don't know. What is your name?
I don't know. It's hard to guess where we're going with this one. You be Fortnum and I'll be Mason.
Okay.
Could be a DJ team.
Yeah, no, there are named people who are interested in having this if we.
Oh, cool! I see what you
develop
mean.
it.
Brilliant,
Yeah.
brilliant. Oh, that's going to be great.
Yes. So yeah.
Excellent. Okay, well, I'll talk to you about that.
Yeah.
That we have this. Me and Kent have this plan, which is just going to be so brilliant, and we can't tell you about it, but it's going to be so brilliant.
Well, we'll see. Yes, we will. Well, yeah.
You will hear about it, but
Basically,
it's
yeah.
not going to happen. Basically, it's only going to happen when Kent's cleared his backlog of repairs. So watch this large space.
I'm down to 3 now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic!
3 total bastards. Absolute bastards.
Fantastic.
But 3 nonetheless.
Oh, I've just got cramp in my leg. Ow.
Well, if this
my piles!
Oh, here he goes. Bits flying off everywhere.
Oh, me.
Now,
Oh,
if
me
this
hemorrhoids.
geezer had come and collected his 6, last Friday, I think it was,
Oh, nice.
we would be pulling the CNC out of the shed and putting it into the workshop this weekend. But he apparently cut his hand really, really badly, so he can't drive. With a pair of scissors. I mean, how? How do you cut your hand really badly with a pair of scissors?
Yeah.
You running with scissors?
Stabbing. Stab. I don't know what he did.
Oh, no, this is great. I love it.
Yeah.
I
So we got
literally can't wait.
movement, young man. Movement.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. That's excellent news.
Talking of movements, I need to go to the loo.
Well, you don't have to go far.
No, it's true. I'll get myself a drink as well. Back in the tick.
Okay.
Spong and
you
wiggly.
turned it off. I thought we were going to get that extra juicy bit of the podcast.
ASMR podcast.
Yeah.
Record that and play it back when he leaves.
Oh no, it's gone in. He was supposed to go. What a wanker. There you go. I'll have to do it myself.
What a wanker.
Yeah, I haven't got the button. Can't reach his button.
Well, if it's bowels, you can say, "What a mover." So.
That's cool. You killed my brother. Yeah.
And add a shakuhachi sample.
Phil! You slag!
Brilliant.
And then gunshot fade to black, the classic
Yeah.
trope.
Oh yeah, that one. You never know what this bloody thing's going to do next.
Can I do the...
You clearly have far too much equipment in there.
Let's get some buttons wired up.
God, that is a really good sounding machine, isn't it?
Well, it is now.
Well, yeah.
now that the firmware's actually gone in properly.
What is that? A Hydrasynth, or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
It had never gone in right.
Oh.
So I was only technically hearing half the bloody thing.
I don't know what firmware I've got in.
It was like that for months? I didn't know that.
Since I got it.
Oh, damn it.
Put a stone phaser on it. How cool is that? Robert!
Oi, oi.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, he's back.
I'm afraid I have to go, but it's nothing to do with you, Mr. Back. I promise. I promise.
Always
I promise
someone leaving. But...
Come on, if it were to do with me, I'd be pleased.
No, Dom's actually going while that
I
Bobby
did
hasn't got
switch.
his button.
That's a good album cover, Dom.
Yeah, that would be a good one. Mind you did that thing, when it was a couple of weeks ago when you were making some sort of mid face with Robbie and then it froze. And you were there going, it was all like this for like, we left it there for about 5 minutes.
Thank you. How kind.
Well,
that was Synthfest, wasn't it?
Probably.
That was- yeah, that was it.
Oh
Synthfest.
yes, it was
Yeah.
exactly that.
Yeah.
Standing outside on a phone
Very
connection.
poor connection, yeah.
Oh dear. All right. Well, look. Have a lovely evening, everybody.
Thank you all.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
And yeah, you too. All of you too. Have a good one. Speak to you later. Bye.
Take care, bub.
Good night, Dom.
Well,
Hey, Ken, make sure to check out that three-layer filter on there that Ken Flux Pierce made a model for the Hydrasynth. It's a really cool filter.
Yeah?
It's called three-layer by this guy, Ian Fritz, I think his name is.
Okay.
And it's a nice one.
Oh, God knows where it is. There's so many bloody patches on this. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, there are lots of filters. I think I have 15 filter models on there.
Something
Like that.
ridiculous like that.
Yeah. I did a video a while back when it first came out. I made a filter demo video.
Yeah, so you get a Hydrasynth, you get 80s. Yeah, they're not all that.
how much is the Soundcast one at the moment?
Oh, is that still going, that one?
I thought that's still got a few days left. Or maybe I missed my chance.
I think it was hanging around 4.
Oh no, I appear to have missed my chance.
Ah.
Terrible.
All right, I await the phone call now.
Well, not from me.
No, but somebody's going to be phoning me up, no doubt.
Look,
Hello, I've made a recent purchase, and I'm really regretting it. Can you help? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Copyright strike.
nah, the sound is too
It's all
far
right.
away.
It's all right. Nobody watches this. even the algorithms looking the other way.
I mean, all the Vangellas we've gotten away with.
Yeah, I know.
Click, and some of it was really close.
Very. Yeah.
I mean, but there's enough other shit going on at the same time when with John Michael Jarrett.
The third. Yeah, because there was one on here earlier, wasn't it?
No, it's Gene Michael Jar.
Oh, Dom's turned into a German porn star.
I didn't know I was famous.
With a German
Well.
monster.
We didn't know you were famous either.
Yeah, what's that? It's 3+3, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, last track on Spiral.
And the algorithm's going. What was that?
Yeah, that doesn't sound. That doesn't quite sound like a System 100. You're fine.
Yeah, it'll be all right. We'll get away with it. No beard.
And also a bit lean.
Yeah. Slightly, yeah. I'm working on that.
Or to be fair, that for nearly a year. So of course, we'll have lost a few pounds there.
Yeah.
You also constantly have to have the cigarette going too. So I love that Chariot Survivor video where he's just on the piano smoking his ass off.
Yeah. What was that one, Rob? Was that the your drum machine, dear boy?
Sample track.
That's nice. I like that. The MIDI chord pack.
I played all this myself, I'll have you know.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Good man.
I can see Turbo and Boogaloo Shrimp doing a dance right now.
Oh,
I mean, if you get rid of the drums, you've got perfect massage music.
And we're back to his videos again.
The thing is, it sounded like it was in time, but I bet when it plays back, it isn't.
No, it did kind of sound.
Did it? Probably broken it something. Oh, that was the other thing. That Blue Cat audio Patchworks, was it? There's also a apparently an internety thingy that if you put it between people, it will do synchronizing.
Okay.
Apparently. So
I need to investigate some of that stuff.
yeah. I don't know if Rich will come on tonight because he's in Toronto. I think. Toronto.
Yeah, not a good day for him either, is it?
Is it not?
10th anniversary of Sandy Hook, isn't
Sandy
it?
Hook.
Is it? Oh, is it already? Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Also known as String Up Alex Jones Day.
Oh God, mate.
Can we?
The things Richard said about Alex Jones. Well, I mean, he lives around, you know, one road over when they were bloody throwing shit at people's houses and shooting the place up. Still, they got him right in the purse, which hurts more than anything else, I suppose.
Yeah, he's still
Yeah,
going,
but he's
isn't
sneaky with his money. He has like shell companies and other kinds of entities to move shit around. So
Yeah, well,
it's like the OJ thing. OJ never went poor because he had money out stashed everywhere.
yeah, but you know, it's like you've got 350 million guns out there. One of them's got to get him. Surely, drop one, it suddenly goes off by accident.
If only the world worked that way.
Shoot the little fucker in the face. Oh, I don't know. But there you are.
Indeed.
What a wonderful world.
Yeah, well. No, don't recognise that.
Right,
So we had one
darlings,
telephone.
I'm going to get off.
Oh, yeah.
Say no more.
Right. Thank you for a nice evening. I will catch up with you all soon.
Take care, Fruitbat.
Yeah,
Keep
Good
safe.
night, Matt.
Night all.
See you later, buddy.
Cheers.
Nice, mate.
Take care.
So yeah, you should have said, but only
What a
if I
wanker.
watch.
There you go. I mean, there you go. Next now, quick wink, then a Morse and a warm.
There we go. We'll get a copyright strike on one.
I did a belting cover of that back in 1990 something on a Roland sound canvas.
You still got it?
Yeah, it's on my SoundCloud, I think.
Ooh.
Pretty sure it is.
Dig it out, laddie. Dig it out.
It suffered from some MIDI timing issues, but I couldn't get around that with my limited.
Don't worry about that. We've all been there, mate. Have you ever tried? There was a Casio 4-track sequencer. It was a big box thing, and it had trouble keeping time between the tracks inside the box. Never mind talking to anything else.
I mean, but C-Lab Creator had problems. Depending how you ordered the tracks in C-Lab, it comes out at a different time. So if you want certain things to be in time, they should be on adjacent tracks. So realistically, you put your drums on track 10 because that takes precedence, and then you put other stuff around track 10 so that it's approximately in time with your drums.
Jeez.
So will this?
Ooh, will it work? This is the thing.
Will it blend?
Hey, Robbie, did they say anything about note repeat on the new firmware?
No, don't think so. Not yet. I think it's definitely on it's a pretty extensive list that they've got.
They have to add it at some point. So.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to. I mean, it'd be nice if they did, but.
Well, it's on the other products, so.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it has to be on this one. I don't understand why there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, yeah, well, this is
well,
good."
For rhythm creation, it's kind of nice. So.
Well, if you can't play rhythms, yeah.
Well, some people can't. And those little pads, you can't exactly do 2 fingers, can you? So.
Because you can.
Not all of us are drummers, Robbie.
All right, okay, that's the problem.
Well, that's failed drummers.
Tell me if you can hear this. No.
No.
Sounds like a mouse playing basketball.
Okay.
No, that's probably
No.
my sound.
Oh,
of
okay.
hitting keys on an Andromeda.
Don't do that. It break it.
Okay. Oh, hang on. So.
I'm fully aware how to use contact cleaner and the compressor to deal with switches.
You're going to have to, because you sure as hell can't get those bloody knobs for anything under 100 quid now to do the front panel.
Okay.
Those parts are so expensive, it's ridiculous.
I really need to clean them all, but it's just the amount of effort to open it up and get the boards out.
No, don't. Here's the trick. Don't do that. Well, hello. Echo. Take the knobs off.
Thanks, Robbie.
Oh. And put some deoxit down the shaft. And it will do it without having to take it all apart.
Just about enough space.
Can you still hear? Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you.
Yeah.
We have dread.
That's what I thought. Right. Right. If I shut up, then tell me if you can hear this.
Okay.
Anything?
Yeah.
It's still up with echo.
Was that with or without echo? The music.
No, the music was okay.
Okay.
Just the vocals.
Yeah.
Was that on Dazzle Ships?
No.
Later? Was it later?
No, it was oh fucking hell! All the bloody OMD albums are going out of my head now. It was on the second one, wasn't it? What was the first one? Was it Architecture and Morality?
I forgot.
I opened with that one.
Yeah, it was on.
Culture is saying its second album.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Avon calling.
Yeah, Architecture and Morality. Yeah, what was Architecture and Morality?
Can't. Are these knobs supposed to come off? Because I'm worried that I'm lifting up the entire Andromeda by the shaft.
No, they are supposed to come off.
That's
dear.
painful.
Oh, that sounds wrong.
Luckily, there's a ligament there that
Doesn't
keeps it in
it?
place. So
Oh dear. I mustn't stop. Just stop.
you can't. Why are those pots so rare? They're just standard pots, aren't they?
They're not. They're
No.
not particularly rare. They just have become incredibly expensive. Mind you, the shaft length is difficult to get hold of, and the girth.
I mean, is it like 1K linear taper, or what's special about the pot? What's the?
They're D shaft.
It's more the pin out of them is a bit weird, and they have tons
that's
of
a bit-
pins.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
And,
Yeah, I think-
and the physical casing of it is a very small, weird shape.
Yeah, it's low
But it's
profile.
not it's not standard.
Mm.
Such a great synth. This.
Is this sample track?
No, that was Mini Freak.
It is a little gem, isn't it?
It really is.
And not very expensive, really, in the grand scheme of things.
Well, no, it's RRP is $5.99, but you probably get it for cheaper, depending on where you get it from.
I'm trying to avoid the demos, so you guys are making it too hard.
I want the Super Freak or the Mega Freak or Poly Freak or Matrix Freak, whatever.
I love the micro freak. I just don't use it that much.
Every patch is just something you can.
Yeah, something you can work with.
Yeah.
I forgot. Is it multi-timbral or is it just fancy one part?
No, it's just single. Yes, it's very, very good. It's almost like you
Sorry.
can. The sound is like way bigger than the instrument. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's more than the sum of its parts, a bit like the mod wave is.
Yeah.
Or that's how I found the mod wave to be.
Instant yaw hammer. This will be the new DX7 and D50. You hear that shit everywhere.
Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. Lot of fun.
It seems to be always, each patch seems to have something you can work from and could build from.
Yeah. I still need to do a video on this one, don't I?
Oh.
Yes.
Wait, are you intentionally sounding like Edgar Further?
That is definitely a sound that's much bigger than the box it's coming out of. What is that?
It's not me.
It's not me.
Shut up. Stupid keyboard. I wonder what the hell that was.
So, I mean, it sounds as big as the Polybrute.
Really?
It's a completely different synth. Yeah. Mind-blowing little thing. And I still think that there's something in here. I think they're going to pull a micro freak reveal. You know, when they did the whole vocoder thing with the micro freak.
Yeah.
That was there all the time. We just didn't know it.
Yeah.
Until they told us about it. I still think that's going to happen with this. Don't know what it is.
Well, the smart companies are doing that. You give it legs, right?
Mm.
I mean, Teenage Engineering did it for the OP1. It's like 10 years later, and they're still adding shit to it.
Don't get me started on them.
Well, you get the wooden dolls, though. Everyone likes those. So.
Yeah.
Well, have you lost a mixer or a doll up somewhere?
I'll tell you what.
I mean, that square one must be painful.
I can't take anything away from, you know, wonderful design and all this kind of stuff, but the moment they pulled that fucking ground loop isolator gag, because it has to be a gag, surely, you can't get away with charging 30 quid for something that you don't even make, that you're selling somebody else's product, clearly, obviously, with permission, for 3 times as much as they're selling.
I mean, you can,
on
clearly.
Amazon. Well,
I mean,
clearly
you can rip off stuff and make it cheaper like Behringer does, but...
But the thing is...
How dare you sell the same product for more money in a nicer box?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. It's the box, isn't it? Well, I've got a handful of those bloody isolators, and they do exactly the same, and none of them cost me 30 quid.
Well, then start a business selling them. Maybe you failed your profession.
Yeah, but nobody would buy them from me, or you, or Ken, or Keith.
I mean, it's caveat emptor, right? People are stupid enough to buy it from them higher price.
Yeah.
That's their fault.
Well, yeah, true.
Yeah, no.
True.
David's
There
trying to
you
get
go.
us on Eurorack. Oh, don't get us started, boy. Don't get us started.
You know, still to
Already
this
have too many
day-
Eurorack modules.
To this day, I still have no desire.
Not
None
in the
whatsoever.
DX7 slippery slope there.
No.
Well, he still doesn't have a DX9. So you can't be a
I'd
real
rather
fan.
buy a DX9 than get into Euro.
I don't know what David's talking about at all.
It's really scraping the barrel, Robbie. Seriously,
Yeah, but
dude, it's not that bad. Seriously.
I know I've genuinely sat down and thought, okay, all right, think about this rationally. What would tempt you into buying Eurorack? Or getting into it, even just buying a small case and just a few bits.
Sakes.
FX. I mean, there's some killer effects on there.
Yeah,
And
but
fully CV controllable. You can't do that with MIDI.
Yeah, I've seen some really, really clever modules as well. It's sort of
Oh, yeah,
oh,
yeah.
do you know what? That's really quite good.
And one of the cleverest modules is just added DX7 capability. I mean, yeah.
But at the end of the day, Robbie, you've gone round Synth Fest this year and previous years, and you've never walked away with anything.
No.
So it's probably not going to change.
No. I don't even fear somebody saying, "Come on, Rob, come over to my place and let's sit down. I'll show you what it could do." Because I'm sure I will sit there and be incredibly impressed. But not a bit of me has been tempted, and it bothers me in a way because clearly I love music technology, and clearly Eurorack has to be this. I mean, it's I'm a collector, absolutely a collector, and Eurorack should appeal to somebody like me. But for some reason it doesn't, and I can't figure that out.
No, I think what it is about Eurorack, it's not that it doesn't tempt me, it frightens me. Because if I got into it, I'd start collecting. I'd end up like Leicester's setup. No, Lester Barnes' setup.
Yeah,
what
yeah,
that looks
yeah.
like.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus.
I'd end up like Leicester. Right?
It's like that literally is the size of the Starship Enterprise.
Yeah.
Yeah. I much rather. I don't know. There's no part of me thinks, well, if I had a bigger room, or if I had more disposable income, or there's literally nothing that makes me think, well, if it wasn't for this, I'd get into it.
Cascade 5 view, it's so much superior. Actually, with big fingers, you can use it.
Well,
you,
yeah,
you don't need to
but
dig out your tweezers and reading glasses.
But even so, it's still. And it bothers me that it doesn't appeal, because it ought to. It should be something that somebody like me is into, but I don't know. I just don't get it.
So
I'm
effects
not,
are the
I'm-
gateway drug, but beyond
I'm
that,
not
it actually makes
synth-punk.
you have a different workflow. Try new things,
Yeah.
And the
No.
beauty of unplugging everything and starting from scratch every time, it's awesome. It scares people, but it's one of the most appealing things about it.
There's a button on here called Init Patch.
But that patch is never going to sound like some of the modules I have.
No, but then your modules will probably not sound like anything that I've got.
I know, but I have more control.
But will you though?
Yep. Look at all the CV stuff you have. You just don't have that much control.
Yeah, but you have to spend so much money
You
to
don't
buy all
really.
these
I mean,
different things.
I'm no expert by any means, and I have a blast with it. And I can set up a whole thing in about a couple hours and be done with it, and record it, unpatch it, and my song is done. I never look at it again. I don't waste time on the computer editing it forever and laboring over it. You just do it, and you're done, and you move on.
Yeah, but I do that anyway.
Yeah, but Robbie,
Most
if
people
someone-
don't, though.
Yeah, Robbie, if someone lent you the Moog System 55, to have a play with, it's a bigger Eurorack, obviously, but you'd see, you'd obviously see the sense in it, and would that not intrigue you to patch it then to make it work?
No,
I don't mean it would make you downsize to Eurorack.
With Systems 55, you only need like 4 cables to make a minimoog patch.
Well, that's all
5.
you can make, really, on a 55.
No, you
Yeah.
got like 3 more oscillators.
Yeah, but it's still basically, it ends up sounding like a money moog at the end of the day. Trust me. I've spent a long time with
But if you
the
gave
best
me a
one is
system,
buy a System 700.
well, do you know what? Whenever I watch Alex, and I watch Alex a lot. When I watch him
You're,
play
you're
with,
one of the stalkers.
yeah, when I watch him play with his System 700, I have to admit that is the only time that I think, I wouldn't mind something like this. There is something about it sonically.
Yeah. I
That's
spent
really,
many hours
really
in front of a
appeals.
55, and I spent even more hours in front of a 700, and the 700, I'm sorry, it's better. Bonjour.
Hello,
Bonsoir, monsieur.
Where's Cleo? Oh, look, he's got his Euro rack there. Oh, look, he's tempting us.
Nah.
Wow. tempting.
See, the first problem, if you stuck me in front of a System 55 or something like what David's fondling there,
Yeah.
can you play chords on that?
There are modules that allow you to.
There are, but that's really disturbing, Dave. Really disturbing.
He didn't
like
mean
me-
it that way, Dave.
No, I don't know. I guess I come from an era where it's always been about the keyboard synthesizer. For me, yeah. See, Cleo agrees with me, and yeah, see,
She's going, what's that idiot Robin talking about?
yeah, true. Yeah. What do I know?
He was saying, yeah. Come on. It's okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
You're
I get it. I get why people like Eurorack.
Well, my
I get
Juno
it.
6 is totally manual. There's no patch memory in it. It's from the same template.
Oh, I gotta be honest with you. I wouldn't do this. I would not do it. I would not.
Yeah,
do it.
I've had VCV rack open on, and I've been sort of messing around with that and patching things in and thinking, yeah, you know, that's kind of interesting. But I personally get more satisfaction by turning on, you know, Mini Freak or whatever it might be, and just, you know, working with what I've got.
Hey, you gotta come over here.
And
Oh, she's got nuts.
Hold on, where's
wow.
the sample track?
yeah,
Get them out.
get those samples, make a pack. The
I mean,
clean pack.
everyone has a favorite thing, but it
Oh,
is
yeah.
nice to have
Yeah.
different horizons and different
Yeah,
weird shit to
I'm-
play with. And
I'm not
Now she
saying
stops.
I'm not saying that Eurorack is bad. I'm certainly not synth punk in his current crusade, which has to make me laugh. But
well, he's mental anyway, so
what is it with him? He actually sent me a friend request on Facebook the other week.
Who is this person you're talking about?
Oh, you've not? Oh, go on YouTube and look for synth punk.
Right.
Yeah, he's an interesting individual.
What? Interesting, like Bob Eads? Or in a different way?
Oh, actually, what synth punk thinks of Bob Eats is quite. There's numerous videos on his channel about other synth YouTubers. I honestly, probably the only reason I go and check out his channel is to see if he's ever done anything about Pro Synth Network, and he hasn't. We're clearly flying well under his radar.
It's not always a good idea to shit in your bed, though, is it?
No.
833 subscribers. Wow. so many.
Well, that's purely because every few months or so he flips out and shuts his channel down, and then starts it up again from zero.
actually, they booted his channel at least once.
That's,
Oh, at least, yeah.
Yeah.
oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm waiting
know,
for this one to get pulled, to be honest.
He
It was like something Squirrel or Synthpunk Jones or something like that. He was,
yeah, well, yeah, they've all, and he picks fights. Well, he doesn't pick fights, but he highlights certain individuals, like, you know, Bob Eats. Espen Kraft is another one. His impression of Espen Kraft, I have to say, is rather hilarious.
Mind you, we've been known on here before.
Mark Doty, he's done. And Mark tolerated him for a long while and then didn't. He's absolutely batshit fucking crazy. And I don't know whether it's recreational medication or prescription medication.
Yeah, it's got to be beyond an act. It's very weird for a long time.
Yeah, but he's consistent. I'll give him that. He's consistently fucking crazy. But yeah, it's an interesting channel to sort of like keep an eye on, and You know, sometimes you follow people on the internet just to make you feel a little bit better about yourself. Actually, I'm really not that bad. You know, it's it's kind of that thing.
Come on in.
Yeah, interesting.
Say hi. Say hi, Brownie. Hello.
Yes.
Good girl.
But he's one of his current crusades is what was it called? Something against Modular. He's just going off on one like he does. He's got a heck of a collection, though. I must admit, you know, he's got some pretty tasty gear. And he really rips on Todd Jones music, which I think is a completely valid thing to do. No, not Todd Jones, Todd Smith music. Sorry. There's another channel that you know that will make you put 2 barrels of a gun in your mouth and pull the trigger. Oy, oy, oy.
It's fun I could talk about all these things I have no idea about.
Oh, well, don't. Seriously, do yourself a favour, don't.
Oh, it's like that.
You end up, it's like, what's that thing when you watch things that you don't really want to watch, but you can't help but watch them? I don't know, porn? No.
Car
but it is car crash stuff. You just watch it to see how bad it can be. And the only thing that depresses me is that somebody like Todd Smith Music has got 14,500 subscribers.
Oh, you mean a train wreck, right?
Yeah, that's it. He's got like 14,500 subscribers, and we've got 2,500, nearly 2,500. And I'm like, yeah.
Well, there's less educated people in the world. I mean,
Oh yeah,
that's what it is.
And it's clearly somebody who knows how to work the YouTube algorithms, which I don't have a huge amount of interest in. Just, gets us by. But
I only found it by accident.
What's that?
That
YouTube
thingy where you could look and see what your videos do.
Oh yeah.
And it had the statistics for it. And it goes, so basically, anybody from America, UK, and got to be at least 54.
Yeah.
And doddery, and then you're in. You're part of the clan. It's got but it's 1% female. What the hell?
Yeah. Yeah, we've got something like 1 or 2% female.
Can't women do knob gags? Come on.
That kind of does bother me, because if that is true, and sometimes I don't think it is, because sometimes I think people just create YouTube accounts and they don't bother about filling stuff in, or they deliberately fill it in contrary to the actual truth. But if that is true, it does bother me that like 98% of our viewership is male. Yeah. When we really should be, I don't think we do anything to put off other people.
Well, not
other genders.
PSN, no.
We've had no. Well, we did have one little. It wasn't on YouTube, but somebody joined the Facebook group and then left again pretty quickly, because their initial thought was, oh, this is just another sausage fest. And I was like, no, it really isn't. It really isn't. We want more of you and everyone in there.
I think generally the way the internet is, though, I think if I try to put myself into a woman's shoes,
which you do at the weekends.
Yeah, well, I do. Yeah, they're nice. They're court shoes, mate. It's only the best. But you wouldn't, as a woman, I don't think you'd really want to put your face up. It's nothing to do with the show you go on. It's the other people.
It's the overarching culture
in the aftermath.
It seems like the younger channels are more inviting in some ways. I'm friends with Nora Blank V, and he has a lot of females in the chat. They're happy being there, and they're not scared away.
Because he's a good-looking dude.
Well, that too, but he's also mellow and funny, and
I wouldn't say I'm a fan, but I can happily watch his stuff.
He's cool. I hung out with him in person a few times. He's a cool guy. So.
It's like, what makes this synth great in 1 minute, 15-minute long videos, or something along those lines, isn't it? Yeah, no, there's some really
the
good
great
people.
synth mysteries. Yeah.
but there's some people out there that I just.
Oh.
Jesus, Bagara.
Yo, Jesus, go on a diet, man. Dude.
Well, I've been eating as a host, you know.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you? Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. I just
No, that's cool. We got to shut up Robbie somehow.
Yeah. I'm glad I gave you a good laugh. That's good.
So, what's been happening?
Me, getting fatter, eating poutine, and try to work on my French accent, and you know, I'm doing well on that. No, I was actually watching the show. Well, the show. I mean, I'm calling this a show. Show. Yeah. Earlier when Dominic was there, you know.
Yeah.
And no, it was quite interesting. But now you got boring. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. It ups and downs, you know.
Yeah. We're like a sine wave.
We don't like to plateau too high if we can help.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a marathon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why be on the top when you can hit rock bottom?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. It's much easier, less effort. You know, minimum effort.
And you can stay there longer.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's see.
Right, I'm going to grab myself a coffee.
Okay.
Or the water
Coffee?
runs out or something. Oh dear.
It's time for whiskey.
Oh, I did that last week.
Oh yeah.
Little bit of grappa.
Oh, there we go. Grappa. Ooh. Tasty.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
I'm just off work, so you know. Yeah.
I need to
Didn't
buy
start
another
drinking yet.
Oh dear, yes. There you see. Thank you, Cleo. Is that her behind you? Oh look.
There she is, right? She's just sitting there. She literally the minute I turned on the sample track, she stopped. I don't know what she wants. What do you want from me?
You have to leave a recorder running. That's what I did at the zoo with my parrot.
Just can you not
Let it run all day?
Like a little Lavalier,
What's that?
little Lavalier radio mic or something, and just stick it on a collar. Has she got a collar on? Or?
I've got a few. I've got a few, but I don't get this. This is definitely. Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow.
I've got a cat that barely meows. She's really, really quiet.
All right, I gotta shut her up.
So this no. Love hearing her.
Oh boy.
There you go. Yeah, Cleo, you sing.
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh.
See? Love
Got a set of pipes on it.
Oh, she has.
Yeah, it does. That little. Yeah. Well, come on up. Just relax, man. Nobody's self-imposed, man. It's okay. Yeah. See. Gosh.
My little one got freaked out this afternoon. We're not quite sure what she was. She likes to go and sleep in the airing cupboard. Do you have it? Do you call it the airing cupboard in America? Look, we have like a cupboard in the house where your water tank is, and you put your washing in. Once it's you just kind of stick it in there to
familiar with the term.
Laundry room.
Yeah, that's what it's just like a cupboard really, and
Yeah.
we've got some wooden shelves in there, and she loves to go in there, especially this weather. She loves to go in there and just curl up and go to sleep during the day.
Yeah.
And when she comes down, she makes it, because it's quite high, so she, you can hear her come down. I heard her jump down about 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thought that's a bit early for her. She doesn't normally come out until sort of like 5. So I went looking for her, and she'd gone all the way downstairs and another room, and then curled up under this little chair that we have, and she's just like little eyes poking out, and like, what's wrong with you? And I went to get her, and she backed away, which is again a little weird. And sort of gently eased her out and picked her up, and she didn't want to stay. As soon as I put her down on the ground, she's, you know what, when cats are like scared, they go low. And she was low. She was, I mean, and she's a miniature cat anyway, so she's really fucking low. And she scurried away. Still have no idea what freaked her out. It was really weird because it was just that nobody else in the house, nobody around the house, nobody knocking on doors, no phones, nothing. No, it was just weird.
Ghosts.
Yeah.
All ghosts.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe
And then she stayed there for about 2-3 hours, and then eventually
What do you think, like?
she does that. She'll get freaked out. She'll hide, and then she'll just eventually pop out and, as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, she hides a lot too.
What, Cleo?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she's very shy.
Oh yeah, it looks it.
That's the irony. Like nobody if you came to the house, you're not seeing Cleo.
Oh well, then I'm not coming to your house then.
Nope.
Simple as that.
There's no way.
Whereabouts
Yeah,
do you
me
live,
neither.
Dave? Are you Colorado?
Yeah, I'm Colorado. Close to Boulder.
Okay.
Not in.
I'm coming to Austin in May, hopefully.
Ah.
That's nowhere near you, so.
Closer.
Well, no, we used to have offices in Westminster. Near,
That's
just outside Denver.
crazy. That's really close. Yeah.
Yeah, and I worked there for a little while. Had I known you back in 2013, I would have come to visit, but I didn't. So.
Yeah, no.
Didn't know anybody around there, don't know. But if anybody lives anywhere near Austin, I will be there in hopefully May.
Oh, that's cool.
So if you want to hang out. It was either Austin or Eden Prairie, and I really wanted to go back to Eden Prairie because then I can go and hang with Doty.
Yeah.
Which we did the last time. And he took me to all the Prince places that aren't on the normal tourist map.
That's super cool.
Yeah. He took me to a restaurant that is owned by one of Prince's former chefs. So. And then he brought me a bag of gold, like, that's not glitter. It's just like gold. What do they call it? Confetti. That he scraped off the floor of the Paisley Park soundstage when Prince first performed the Gold Experience album, and we kind of shared. Yeah. Well, he worked there. He worked at Paisley Park, and so he saw that thing, and we kind of obviously we connected over many things, but I love Prince, and he picked me up from my hotel in Eden Prairie, and he said, "Oh look, I've got something for you." He gives me this bag of these gold pieces of confetti. I'm like, "What's this?" And he said, "That's what came down from the ceiling in the soundstage at Paisley Park when he played Gold." And I'm like, "Oh wow!" And I'm looking at it thinking, "That's amazing." And then put it back in the centre console of the car. And then it was only when I got back to the UK he said, "You forgot to take your goddamn gold."
Oh.
And I said, "Was that for me?" And he said, "Yes." Oh.
I remember when he tells that story where he's like face to face with Prince. He goes up the stairs and he's running, and it's like, and Prince is kind of like, oh, it just takes off after that,
Yeah.
It's funny as hell.
The thing is, when I met Prince, he was just like sat there with his feet up on the back of the chair in front, and he's just talking like hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Where have you come from? Hope you enjoy the show. Like,
Yeah.
Not enjoy a Prince show.
No, it sucks.
Yeah, dude.
Doubt it, dude.
No.
Yeah.
He was
I have
wearing.
to admit, though, when he performed as the artist with that time period, he wasn't as good as he was when he was.
Oh no, I disagree.
Maybe the concert I saw wasn't very good, but
fight. No, see that
he still played very well, but he did this. This is a period where he played in the dark a lot. Didn't want to be seen. Very weird.
Well, he did some weird shit. But I saw him at Wembley Arena on the Gold Experience tour. So that was the first tour he did with the whole slave thing, and man, that was such an incredible show. He had this stage set that was basically like two cocks. They were just like two giant phalluses either side of the stage, but not. They were kind of like symbolic more than anything, but you could clearly see they were penises.
I like the movie Listomania. Yeah.
And they weren't using them.
No. So Michael Bland is sat in at the base of one of them playing drums, and I think Sonny T was on the bass in the other one. And Prince is in the middle of the stage, and he's got a travelator built into the stage. Must be about 2 or 3 meters long. So then Prince is dancing in his heels, and he's walking this travelator, and it's just amazing. And he's playing the guitar, and he's singing, and he's doing all this shit. And it's just, what the fuck? This guy is insane. And then he plays Gold, which is one of my all-time favourite Prince songs, and literally from the ceiling comes down all this gold confetti, and there's lights, and it's just amazing. But I was sort of like on the on the seats around the edge, so I didn't get to be showered in the gold.
Well, you got
showers.
it after, but then
Could have done, yeah.
Yeah, nobody wants to get a golden shower.
But Doty was in the audience.
No,
come on,
He went there. He went there.
He opened the gate.
He did. He just drove straight through. Yeah.
all fair game.
Yeah.
You just decided to bring the water play in.
But there's a film that Prince did called The Beautiful Experience, which was around that whole time, and it stars Nona Gay, Marvin's daughter. She's kind of like this character who goes searching for this mysterious person, which ends up being Prince, and it kind of travels through a whole bunch of music videos and live performances. And the live performance was Doty was there in the front watching that whole thing, and that's where that gold confetti came from. And he brought it to give to me, and I left it in his car, and I felt awful. Not only because I'd missed out on owning something like that, but I sort of like felt like I'd snubbed Mark. Like, I don't want your fucking gold confetti shit. Fuck off. But I did. I really did. So I said, don't send it to
tell someone who doesn't like him, I say, you got to appreciate his talent and his output may not be your thing, but the guy was amazing. I mean, he did most of those albums by himself, all the instruments and stuff.
I don't trust anybody that doesn't like Prince.
It's just nobody sounded like him. Not even remotely close.
I mean, he could do everything. I mean, literally everything.
It was nuts.
Yeah, it must have been really hard to be in this band. Like,
oh God, yeah.
You know what I mean? He's like, hold on, let me just come over there and show you. And I'm like, oh, I'd rather you not. Yeah.
But then, if Prince asked you to be in his band, I mean, what sort of validation must that be?
Oh no, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the famous Frank Zappa jam sessions, right? It's like, it's gonna be miserable, but you got to do it. Now, I'm sure the Prince thing was much better. Actually, I'm just sure. He's probably temperamental, like any performer, someone in the spotlight. But what do you expect?
But I mean, the way he controlled the band, he was a real band leader. They. I mean, not only do you have to be superb at your instrument, but you've got to be a team player. There's no room for you to be an ego.
Oh God, you would never last.
No. Yeah, you have to be the best of the best.
There's I just remembered a quote something that George Michael said in an interview. He said, Prince is a genius until he hits the edit button. Like, well, who are you to talk? But
Oh yeah.
I'm sure there's an immense amount of envy.
Yeah, well, it's probably that. Yeah. But, although George Michael was good, but
Last Christmas, whatever.
Oh no.
Try to slip that in.
I'm still alive in Whamageddon, by the way. Haven't heard that yet. So,
oh my God.
Do you have that game in the US? Whamageddon?
No.
So basically, Whamageddon starts on December 1st, and the moment you hear "Last Christmas" being played by Wham, not a cover version, not somebody whistling or anything, it's got to be the actual record. Then you've been Whamageddoned and you're off to Whamhalla. So
Wow, that's a good one.
Yeah, so you have to avoid hearing Wham's Last Christmas.
I've never heard a cover, just the original.
Mate,
Just the
I haven't heard
original.
it since the 80s.
Just the original. And the thing is, you can go out. I guess pre-COVID times it was even harder to survive because you would be going out Christmas shopping, and sure as anything, that it would come on the in-store system at some point, and you go, oh fuck, I've been Whamageddoned. These days, you can pretty much avoid it without having to deliberately avoid it. But
yeah, but here on this side of the pond, it's more Mariah Carey's
oh God,
"All I Want for Christmas."
That one's everywhere. Oh God.
Oh, it's there too. Okay. Fine.
Oh, it was number one here last week.
Holy shit! Really? It's been out for like 25 years.
It's been number one every Christmas for the last God knows how many years.
Oh God.
Well,
okay, we need to write something. Like, let's get on it.
What? Not Slade?
Oh, stop it!
Just the Band-Aid dude. Then it was
Stop it, Robert.
Right?
Where's my sleigh bell? Oh wait.
I still think one of the best recent Christmas songs was "The Darkness." Christmas time, don't let the bells end.
I like the Flamin' Lips one.
Oh yeah, Flamin' Lips.
I like the Pogues.
Only one appropriate Christmas song.
The Pogues
White Wine in the Sun.
White Wine
to
in the
mention.
Sun, yeah, that's a good one.
Tarkus?
The Darkness, yeah, that's.
No, Tarkus.
Oh,
What's a Christmas song?
Yeah.
Kinda.
Every year they try to come up with one or two new pop ones, because we have this 24, we have the radio, we have to play Christmas songs in our house starting on Thanksgiving, but that's another story. But there's always one or two new ones they try to introduce, and they're just so bad every year.
It's kind of like there was a time, wasn't there? I mean, when Kent will attest to this, and I guess anyone our age, that it was a fine art form, and every year there would be a good handful of new Christmas songs, and at some point it got uncool, or it got to the point
Not
where
lucrative anymore.
Yeah, well, it got to the point where people weren't really making an effort.
They didn't believe in Santa.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, because they could talk about snow presents.
The
tree.
Seen Elf, right? It doesn't fly.
Yeah.
There's no Christmas cheer, so you can't.
But it's like when The Darkness came out with Christmas time, don't let the bells end.
Yeah.
Which is full of innuendo and but it follows all the golden rules of a great Christmas song. It follows the rules that Slade and Roy Wood and all of that, Shakin' Stephen and Stephen. I mean,
wizard, man.
Yeah, but even Shaky's.
You're out of your element.
I really didn't like Shakin' Stevens, but I will forgive him for his Christmas song because it's actually a really good little Christmas song. It's a lost art form, and we had Dom on who has written a classic Christmas number one. Although I don't know, I don't think I've ever asked him, was it actually deliberately written as a Christmas song, or was it just one of those things like Frankie Goes to Hollywood that it was released at a certain time? Because The Power of Love has absolutely nothing to do with Christmas, and yet it's still considered a massive Christmas song just because it was number one at
Christmas. It kind of fits in a way if you apply it.
But I wonder how much that had to do with the video, because the video was Morley said we'll make it about Jesus, Joseph, and Mary because the whole religious thing, and they Frankie was seen as being the antithesis of all that. But because like Stay Another Day is just it's a song about asking someone to who wants to leave you to stay another day. It's got nothing to do with, but the minute you put those DX7 tubular bells across it's like, oh, there you go, it's a Christmas song.
I still reckon it should have been Hello John Got a New Motor.
Well, I always forget that Human League's Don't You Want Me was a Christmas number one.
Yeah.
What?
And that
was it actually released as a single?
Yeah. But it wasn't released as a Christmas single. It was just released at a time, and it was that good that it stayed in the #1 spot.
And to think that Phil Oakey hated that song.
I know.
Yeah, but he kept the Rover.
Yeah. And he's traded off it ever since.
Hmm?
Yeah. There's a good reason it was the last song on the album.
But then did Electric Dreams.
With
I like
Georgia,
that song.
You like that song?
I
think
that
I
song.
hate that song because I hated the film so much. I think
What
it's
film was
by
it in?
association.
Electric Dreams.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
About the talking PC.
That's it.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
But actually on that album, some of the Georgia stuff is all right. I mean, Georgia is a bit of an acquired taste, I would say, but like that very electronic stuff of his. But Together in Electric Dreams is definitely not the best song on that album.
Agree. Or maybe Springtime for Hitler. That might be good one.
Germany was having trouble. What is that sad story? Needed a new leader to restore its former glory.
Don't forget the South Park Christmas album.
Where will that
Yes.
man be? We looked around and then we found the man for you and me.
Mr. Garrison's Christmas song is the best.
Mr. Hanky, the Christmas.
No, the one where he's just making fun of all the world religions and stuff.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just-
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's springtime for it. Love
Okay.
and
Die Hard,
Germany.
Christmas movie or not?
Yes.
Christmas movie.
Of course, yeah.
Of course it is.
Yes.
Well,
absolutely.
The only Christmas movie I like watching.
Yeah.
I'm afraid Mr. Tiaki will not be joining us for the rest of his life.
Yeah, it's not Christmas until you've seen Hans Gruber fall from Nakatomi.
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh, good old Al. What a lovely person.
Yeah, that and Edward Scissorhands are two films that, when I watch them sort of close together, I feel a tiny inkling of Christmas spirit.
I get that when I watch Aliens.
Don't forget Krampus. That's actually a pretty good movie.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Cunt and the Gang. Fuck the Tories, Christmas #1.
Yeah.
And who they Lad Baby's got a single out, haven't they? Because they're going to be, if Lad Baby gets Christmas #1 this year, they'll be the first artist, and I use that word loosely. They'll be the first artist to have a UK Christmas #1 5 years in succession.
I've never even heard of them.
No, you don't want to. They're the ones that came up with that. We built this city on sausage rolls.
No.
Oh,
would-
so
Anything that makes fun of the Starship song is fine with me.
Don't knock that song. It's
That's
the
a
greatest,
cheesy ass song.
It's
Especially
one
the
of
one
the
that
greatest
has
pop songs
San
ever
Francisco mention in it with the radio station.
written. I will
using-
defend that song to the absolute death.
Knee deep in the hoopla.
Yep. What a great album.
Oh.
Superb.
By the way,
No, there were
Gremlins is
some
also a
good
Christmas
songs.
movie.
There were some good songs, but that one, no.
I don't buy into this whole, it was the worst.
It's
song ever
universally
made.
hated. Yeah.
It's not.
Well, not by you, but
But the rest of the world.
Exception.
Do you know, whenever I hear that song, it will be in my head for days afterwards. I love it. I
How
absolutely
about the one
love
from
it.
Mannequin? The
Yeah. Nothing's
What,
going to
like a
stop
Nothing's
us
gonna
now.
stop us now.
Absolutely, that and Sarah as well. That whole
Oh,
album.
Sarah's great.
Yeah, fuck the haters. I love.
Not in public.
Look, listen.
Robbie, just say what you mean. Stop fucking beating about the bush.
I love Jefferson Airplane. I think Grace Slick is amazing, and White Rabbit is one of the greatest songs ever.
Definitely.
But I still think that We Built This City is up there. So,
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I know people who wouldn't even have this conversation with a giggle and a laugh. they would if they were in the same room, they would beat me to death with a blunt object because of my love for that song.
We built this city on concrete and migrant labour. It's got nothing to do with rock and roll.
That's the Dubai.
We're not in Qatar.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But what really upsets me is all these. So Bernie Taupin wrote the lyrics, but then Peter Wolf, came up with a completely different kind of concept for it. But when the likes of Grace Slick try and disown that, I'm thinking, no, fuck off, because you didn't have to make that song. You didn't have to go. You willingly did all of that.
Have made that song.
Are they on contract though with the record company?
No, but I mean, they could have not done that if they thought it was the most awful thing in the world. But at the time, they probably.
It was the song of the time, though. I mean, it did have the feel.
I've seen play it live.
I remember being a teenager. I remember in the car with my friends. We're hanging out, and that thing came on, and I was like, dude, man, that is not rock and roll. Like, why is that song? Like, what is going on here, man? Like, why are they talking about rock and roll?
It's because they built on the rock and roll. They left it behind, so they.
The song was about the fact that the music industry was being taken over by this kind of overproduced pop, and it was a rallying cry against all of that. It didn't necessarily
by making overproduced pop. Yeah,
it didn't necessarily come out the way they intended.
It was
very ironic.
Worst. Yeah,
but to me, it's. I look, listen. When I was a teenager, and we heard that song come on, it fucking filled the dance floor. It really did.
Well, then that's the difference.
And I don't know. What can I say?
Well, people
in
dance
Canada.
There's even a song about that. You'll dance.
Yeah, blame Canada. Yeah, but I think the hate for that song kind of stems from the fact that Jefferson Airplane became this they came they were this awesome psych rock band from they had huge amounts of respect, and then they kind of everyone figured they sold out. If it had just been a band that wasn't derived from that, if it was just Rob, Dave, and the whatevers, it would just be taken as a cheesy pop song, and nobody would hate on it as much. But I think the very fact that it had Bernie Taupin writing the lyrics, and it had Grace Slick on vocals, and the remnants of some of that band trading off of that name, I suppose.
Well, that was back when we still were listening to radio. I mean, everything that came on was very heavily scrutinized.
Well,
you know what I mean? And it probably came on like right after Van Halen or something.
Yeah.
And we probably were just like, what just happened?
Yeah.
What just happened?
Yeah, but also, I mean, everybody in the 80s that were someone in the 70s wanted to make money because there was big money.
Yeah.
I mean, Herbie Hancock.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, come on, Rocket. Rocket.
They all,
I mean, when Yes came out with 90125 and Owner of a Lonely Heart, I mean, the fact that that's a cracking song, and actually the album is really, really good.
Yeah,
it is.
But there was a massive backlash. I remember it. There was a massive backlash
Genesis,
against Yes.
right?
Yeah, Genesis too. They all kind of got into it.
But again, it wasn't supposed to be called Yes.
Yeah.
No, it was Cinema, wasn't it? But
they renamed it Yes because it would be easier to sell.
yeah, exactly. And they managed to persuade Anderson to come back in, and
but everybody.
And the fact that it's a brilliant, brilliantly produced
they were
album.
cashing in. To your point, they were definitely cashing in, and it's fine. Everyone kind of knew it, and it was still pretty good though, but not We Built This City.
So 90125 has its out and out kind of pop rock moments, but it also has there are nods to prog in there, so there
Canvas is definitely a prog number. And then was the opening of a second side, but that's also.
I mean, to me, Big Generator is a worse album than 90125. But it's still, I'm a Yes fan.
Not bad.
It's still not bad. Yeah. Because, I mean, when you've got a bunch of musicians that fucking good, it's difficult to make an awful album. You might not make a great album, but it's difficult to make an awful one.
I mean,
Yeah, but then you look
Anderson
at
Proof of
Asia.
Wake with How is the best album from the 80s.
Yeah, probably.
But I think Genesis did a much better job of kind of that transition. Kind of here's some of that stuff they did right after. And it's so good.
But I mean, Genesis already transitioned in the late 70s with And Then With a 3.
Yeah,
Or Winter and Bothering was already the transition to more pop music.
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
they
Trick
did
of the
it
Tail.
in a very
yeah.
in a very
pop
gentle
song.
way.
If you go back, listen.
And
And
then
again, the singles were clearly pop singles, but the albums still had the essence
Collaborative.
The essence of
that
Genesis.
collaborative thing. It wasn't a pop song. Let's all play on it.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
had that vibe of like.
But even songs like Abacab,
Oh, fantastic song.
But it's still very proggy, that song, though.
Exactly. But it's proggy, but it's still got. They managed to kind of really balance, didn't they? The prog and the pop, because there's a lot about Abacab that anybody can listen to and think, yeah, that's a really cool song. And if you are kind of deep into prog and different time signatures and all this kind of stuff, it still appeals on that level as well. It's a very multi-level. That whole album actually.
Duke and like Misunderstanding. Song's
Duke is definitely, I think, the pinnacle of prog and pop on the same album.
Yeah. I'd agree with that.
Question about Genesis: who's, what's favorite album for everyone?
Foxtrot, I think.
Yeah.
For me, Foxtrot is just epic from beginning to end. From Watcher of the Skies through to
I'm
just
that's the one that really
mind blowing.
blew my mind as a kid.
That and maybe
that
Selling
era,
by the Pound.
Watching
Yeah,
the Skies, that whole
Selling
imagery.
Yeah.
Um,
It would be a toss up between Foxtrot and Selling England by the Pound as like
and I
the
forgot
overall best.
I forget
But then
the one
Abacab's
with
up there.
Skunk.
The what? Sorry.
The one with Skunk. I forget the name. Trick of the Tail.
Oh yeah, Trick of the Tail. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Or Squonk, yeah, that is. What an amazing song. The amount of bass on that song, even on the vinyl, if you ever look then analyze, Jesus, that's a lot of bass on this record.
Yeah. See, I never really cared for Nursery Crime.
It's just the chorus that's just fully going at the lowers. It's just.
Thing is with Genesis that even now, like I'm in my mid-50s, I'm thinking, I listen to Nursery Crime now, and I really appreciate it more than I did way back then.
Go back to Trespass. And Anthony Phillips stuff like White Mountain. What an amazing song!
And I still think Lamb is.
Oh God, it's so fucking good.
Yeah.
But even the pop stuff that came later, I still really appreciate.
Oh yeah.
That's the thing. I can listen to even Phil Collins some of his. I think his that first solo album or whatever. I still think it's great songwriting. It's just not Genesis.
I think Invisible Touch
was talented. He's very talented.
Yeah. I think Invisible Touch is where they kind of.
Oh yeah.
Where they lost.
It was just like
Good job, the shark.
Yeah, that was. Yeah.
Okay, Rob, Invisible Touch or We Built This City?
Sorry?
Invisible Touch or We Built This City?
Come on, Invisible Touch every day.
Go, Invisible Touch.
It's trying to decide which bowl of shit you want to eat.
That's
really,
why I had to
isn't it?
ask.
Yeah, it's sort of like, I don't know, this one's got more nuts in it, but this one's warmer.
No, I like sweet corn. I like sweet corn.
What? Because it comes out the same way it came in.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty much.
Unfettered.
Affected by digestion.
And don't even get me started on calling all stations because that can fuck off. That is why did
what
they
did
do
you
that?
think of Phil Collins as a drummer?
The best.
And it's funny if you
Quite
talk.
frankly, one of the best drummers that has ever walked this planet.
Some of the proggers of that era that were big Phil Collins people were not. They did not respect Phil Collins drumming a lot in that era. From talking with my brothers, it was like, yeah, well, he's all right, but because they
Some
couldn't
people
get
build up Lars Ulrich, and he's a mess.
But I agree.
What happened to Phil and his drumming on really with Invisible Touch, but then definitely with his third solo album and We Can't Dance, which was like, what happened to your drumming, mate?
Yeah, it became
Even on Mama, there's still some amazing drumming.
Oh God, yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I think he was just
Abacab, I think, was his last amazing drumming. I think it's only been downhill.
I think Mama.
Well, for Genesis, yeah.
He did good drums on that Frida song that he produced.
Genesis or him? I can't remember now.
Anything that Phil Collins is. I mean, he did a couple of Adamant tracks back in the day. Puss in Boots.
Brand X for Fusion Band.
And Brand X. Oh Jesus!
The Frida song. What's going on? That's good drums, sir.
Yeah. No, I mean, so Phil Collins is like one of my all-time drumming heroes, and he would be I would always practice Phil Collins. When I was practicing myself, I would always practice a Phil Collins track, whether it's Genesis, whether it's solo stuff. Like what was the was it? It was Face Value, wasn't it? Then Hello, I Must Be Going. Yeah. No Jacket Required, or was that the other way around? I can't remember.
No, it was that way. And then what's the fourth one? But seriously, 1989. But seriously,
yeah. I think there's But Seriously, where he had Something Happened on the Way to Heaven. I mean, if you listen to the drums on that, I mean, it's a pretty sort of run of the mill kind of rock song, but it's just got that feel. That's it's the Phil Collins feel. And if you ever, you must have. If you've never watched, it's such a nuanced touch that he can go from like bam to, and it's just if you ever.
And he was a drummer that wasn't afraid to use an 808.
Well, yeah, exactly. He embraced technology.
CR78 even.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he started with the CR78 and then on to the 808s. But if you ever watch, they made a documentary about the making of the Band-Aid single. And if you go onto YouTube, you can find Phil playing the drums. It's just Phil. So you don't hear anything else. It's just Phil. That fucking groove. It's just... the feel on that groove, and then just the little fills that he does. Phil never plays anything that's too much, and he never plays anything that's not enough. He's a musical drummer.
Yes, that's
just like Ringo.
Yes,
Ringo's a musical drummer.
But the thing about Ringo is Ringo plays the lyrics perfectly. Ringo always plays to the lyrics, and you can listen to any Ringo drum track, and you know exactly what song it is. And I don't. As much as I like Phil Collins, I don't think he's at that level where you can where you can get the lyrics and how they fit around it quite as much. But I think it's also how they started writing the lyrics afterwards later.
But you could tell that when Phil understood how to phrase and he understood a hook, he could play a hook on the drums, and that takes a lot of talent to be able to. Some of that, like you said, the Mama stuff and everything. Yeah. It takes, a real understanding, of drumming and all that stuff. Cause
Rich Hilton posted a video up on his Facebook page the other day. It was of the Beatles playing Help at the ABC in Liverpool back in '64 or whatever it was, and it's all completely live. And of course, I always look at Ringo, and you listen. I mean, obviously the kit isn't mic'd the way a kit is mic'd nowadays. It's like 2 or 3 mics just picking up everything, so the ride cymbal is way too loud in the mix. But when you just watch what he's doing, because the camera's mostly focused on John and then kind of nips over to Paul and George when they do the BVs, but you can kind of always see Ringo in the background, and you can then just really listen to what he's playing, and it serves the song perfectly. There's the only bits where he goes off, he does a little fill, is because it absolutely serves the song at that moment. And he's just locked. And, these people that say that Ringo Starr wasn't a good drummer, they just need to be taken out of fucking shot.
Yeah, they're not really paying. Well, something like Rain, right? He has
man.
You listen to that and you're just like, man, that's fucking cool.
Tomorrow Never Knows. Jesus fucking Christ, that song.
Yeah, that's people getting too hung up on the tech, looking for really fantastic, fills.
You can be the most technical drummer in the world, but you can't be Ringo Starr.
Trying to play Come Together,
Yeah.
You still got to play for the song, and he,
Yeah.
you know, and a lot of those guys of those era, and women, they were really fusing a lot. They were exposed to a lot of different styles, especially going into the 70s. They could play that fusion. They could really get into funk and swing and rock, and they played it so subtly that, you know, it's almost like we do now with a drum machine, and we just kind of tweak it, a little bit of swing on there.
Yeah.
But they played like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was intuitive to them. They're like, oh, we got to swing this. Just
But it's also locking together. I mean, Ringo and Paul.
of course.
That is just something that locks together really well. Same as like Alan Wise and Chris Squire, or even more so Bill Bruford and Chris Squire. That was just always one.
Yeah, he's a fascinating one. Like, and he was he had a whole different like mindset going on with all his polyrhythms and stuff. And
I mean, Bruford and Squire until like Chris Squire's solo album. After that, Bruford really started to become the crazy fusion guy. But like, I would say, Fish Out of Water is probably one of the greatest. Where you have the drummer and the bass player completely locked in.
Yeah.
But all of them, I think Rob was saying this earlier about the Beatles. People forget they were in Hamburg just playing every night.
Yeah.
I mean, they just were playing for hours.
3 shows a day, weren't they?
You know, it's kind of like when we were probably younger and you were just practicing with your mates. Like, sometimes you try to do it every night and you just play for hours, and you're just at a different level, you know, physically and technically.
You're on a psychic level. You're connected outside of the physical plane.
Yeah. And your body is really cute.
I've had that once. I've played in a band once where me and the bass player, we didn't play together for long, but there was just something, and he and I just locked, and it was the most satisfying thing I've ever experienced. I've ever had.
I learned how much. I was never a fabulous drummer, but I learned how much a bass player can make me sound better. Oh, yeah. And it kind of blew my mind, because I didn't realize how much I was fighting against the certain bands when I was playing. And then I would get with a certain bass player and everything was just moving around. And I'm like, it was almost like, am I doing that?
Yeah.
What is going on right now? And I'm like, that's it. Yeah. Then I realized, I was like, he's doing that. He's accenting, he's hitting these notes.
Yeah.
And it's just, but I think it's easy to forget the Beatles they were, you know, a live band. They were not a studio band when they paid their dues, their chops, you know.
People always say, well, you know, they did, you know,
well, at least
they did a few years of studio stuff, and then of live stuff, and then they went off into the studio. No, they did decade or more, and it was just being a live band.
Like, and you hear how many sets they were doing. Like they were playing all.
Yeah. Well, they were doing like 3 sets a day or something, weren't they?
Yeah, it was wacky. It's wacky if you read it, and you think about, you're like, man, that's a lot of playing, you know.
Yeah. But have you seen the documentary that came out? That's like 9 hours long.
Yeah. Get back. Yeah.
And I mean, they play covers just to warm up and to have fun.
Yeah.
Right.
Because they know, because they were playing them. Yeah.
Well, that's it. Yeah, and they're so good too.
I was listening to Beatles for Sale actually last night. You know, and there's a lot of covers on that. You know, and you listen to it and you think, I mean, exactly, Cleo. You just,
as always,
it's like it's difficult to believe that those songs aren't Beatles songs, because they made them their own, and they're just absolutely on the fucking money. And they did most of those records in one take.
Yeah. Oh, I believe that. Yeah.
You know, it was until, I think it was probably until For Sale that they rarely ever got beyond 2-track. I mean, Help was I think on the Telefunken 4 tracks already, but probably everything before then was maybe occasionally 4-track, but mainly 2-track.
I've got Revolver coming for Christmas. It's my Christmas present from my missus.
I used to listen to that so much as a kid. So much.
That's great. That and Rubber Soul. They're probably my
favorite. Me too. My brother. So I had a brother who had all of them, and I would just sit as a young kid, you know, and just play them over and over, basically.
Yeah.
And you know, just so yeah, I'm biased about the Beatles.
Oh God, yeah.
I'm terrible. You know, I can't. The hot takes, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm okay with you not digging it, but be careful. I can't. There's only so much I can take before I start to just go, I can't handle this.
Yeah.
Well, I better get going. I got kids. My wife's away, so.
Okay.
All right. Nice chat with everybody.
Yep.
Thanks.
Good night, Dave. Take care.
David, Theo.
All right. Take care. You gonna give them a meow? You got one left?
See you, Cleo.
I'll do it. I'm telling you.
Go on, Cleo.
Come on, Cleo. Give us a little one.
Maybe let's see if I pick her up.
There we go.
All right.
What a wanker.
Cleo's always got something to say.
Absolutely.
Bless her.
Oh, excuse me. I'm
No,
looking
it's
forward
fast
to
asleep down there.
Oh, blimey.
Curled up on
I'm
his
looking forward to seeing Peter Gabriel next year again because hopefully he'll have Manu Katché on drums, and he's up there with one of my favourites.
It's supposedly with a standard touring band.
Yeah. So fingers crossed.
I hope he comes over here. I'm not sure if he is or not.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
They haven't announced it, but what they said, US date's coming.
I said Depeche Mode's coming March 25th.
Yeah, I
What's
need
left
to
of
wait.
them anyway. So.
I'm waiting for them to announce their sort of second round of gigs because they're playing in Twickenham the night I go and see Pet Shop Boys, which is 2 nights before I go and see Peter Gabriel.
Are you going to O2 for Peter Gabriel?
O2 for Peter and Wembley for Pet Shop Boys.
Could meet up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think there's like 2 or 3 people that have said they're going to be going to either one of those, I think. So I'm going to be in London for the whole weekend. I'm just going to do the whole thing and just come down for Pet Shop Boys on the Saturday night. Gutted about Depeche Mode, but hopefully they'll come back. They normally do. And then Gabriel on the Monday night, I think it is.
So let me ask you: are the ticket prices very high?
Stupidly so. Yeah.
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 Like here. Okay.
So I could only afford to buy tickets for Peter Gabriel on the second tier of that's the nosebleeds.
Right.
At the O2.
Only £100 a ticket, or more than that?
No, it was about 90 something each.
I've been to a concert for years. It was under $100. It's always the standard price.
Yeah.
For cheap
But the thing
seats.
is, it's like if you go to an arena show nowadays, you're paying over £100 a ticket.
Yeah.
I went to see Wet Leg, who are like the sort of band de jour around the world at the moment, and I saw them for the grand total of we took 4 tickets. It was about 60 quid. Absolute bargain, but it is in in a small venue, which is where you really want to see a band like that.
Right.
So you take your money, make your
Because
choice.
I mean, Journey and Toto are touring, and they're coming here in March. I was looking for tickets, and the only thing that was available was on the floor in front of the stage, like maybe 10 rows in, $1,300 a ticket.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not at all surprised.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
And
the
the
thing
take
is,
the band home with you.
and the thing is,
Well, yeah. You got a
Toto-
blowjob with that, please?
I mean, Toto, as much as, I'm sure that the current touring members of Toto are good, the only original surviving member that will be playing on there will be Luke. Because I don't think even Paige plays with them anymore.
But Paige has been on and off before then for a long time.
Yeah, but
Health
Steve doesn't
related.
play anymore, and Dave doesn't play anymore, so it's just Lukather and a bunch of other people. To me,
I mean, Filling Gaines has been with them for a long time, so.
yeah, but yeah.
I mean, yes, he's not original, but he has.
He's not Picaro and Paige, is he? So.
Yes, but he has played for Paige when Paige was ill, 10, 15 years ago.
And Filling Gaines is an amazing keys player, but I'd rather see him. I'd rather. It's like Fleetwood Mac. I still kick myself. There was one year, it was the tour they did after Christine rejoined. They did a whole tour, and they announced their gigs in London, and they were stupidly expensive, but they were also, it was the same year, was it 2014? I think I paid to see Peter Gabriel do the Back to Front tour, and I'd paid out like for 2 or 3 arena gigs, and then along come Fleetwood Mac with this, the original, well, not the original, but the classic lineup all back together again for the first time in years. And I said, oh no, I'll give it a miss this time. They'll do another one in a couple of years. And then they didn't, and then they kicked Lindsay out of the band. And for me, I'm sorry, as much as I love Fleetwood Mac, if Lindsay Buckingham isn't in there, then it's not Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac without Lindsay Buckingham must have Peter Green in it.
Exactly, yeah. You got one or t'other, haven't you? So
yeah.
And then, of course, now Christine's gone. It's never going to happen. So I will never get to see, and I won't go and see them because I don't want to spoil it. So it's if somebody dies, then yeah, fair enough. But when they kicked Lindsay out, I was just like, no, I don't want to do that.
Robbie, what are you doing this weekend? Anything in particular?
Let me check my busy schedule. It doesn't look like I'm doing anything, and apart from taking my daughter to work at stupid o'clock on Sunday morning, maybe listening to the football, or watching the football. Why?
I was just wondering if it might be time to get the girls out of the garage and get the gravel off the tyres.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah.
That might be something, yeah. Probably Sunday. Oh no, hang on.
Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, we'll set something up.
Yeah. Go and poke tie in the ribs as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So it's going to be the Mustang and then you, Rob?
Oh, do you know what?
In the virtual sense, yeah.
Yeah, in the virtual sense. This is Gran Turismo. But in Gran Turismo, they've got my Mustang in the Grabber Blue as well, with the same wheels and everything. So
they don't have my VW.
I took it around Spa. It was like taking a shopping trolley over fucking gravel, mate. It was, oh man, it was like, brake now.
Have you seen
Does it have brakes?
Apparently.
Have you still not fitted the parachute?
In the manual, they're classed as token brakes. The pedal is there, but
yeah. There's an update that's coming. They just announced it for December. It's just like 6 cars or something, but they've got that Ferrari Vision in there, which is supposed to be rather excellent. First time that Ferrari have ever done anything like that. What else is there? Oh yeah, they've got the Celica Supra rally car. That's coming.
Yeah. Oh, Richard's in the chat.
Mr. Hilton, who is probably not too far away from Fat Jesus.
Yeah.
At this moment in time, he's in Toronto.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Toronto.
I used to live there, so yeah.
How'd the gig go, Rick? Probably faultless, as usual, like all the others.
Yeah.
Clearly, if you were using a Rolly, well, there would be so much excitement. It's not working.
Yeah, go. The
my
Bluetooth
phone's died.
Yeah, it's connected to somebody's phone in the audience. It's like, oh no!
Could you imagine?
Yeah.
Some bloke's phone starts playing out in the audience somewhere. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, next time we go to a Chic gig, you just do a scan of the Bluetooth and connect.
Yeah, get the Rolly app out and connect to it. And then stop playing his Rolly on stage. Suppose that's the thing we've got to look out for.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, man alive.
Going out for dinner tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah. Foodies, eh?
Yeah, just with a bunch of workmates. We're all sort of like remote workers, but we all sort of live within an hour or two of each other. So we're all descending upon Cambridge and going out for a meal because it's Christmas-like.
Aye. Yeah, well, that's the thing, you work from home and you have the Christmas party. It's sort of like just you in the kitchen, isn't it, really, with a beer.
Well, you say that, but when we used to have a facility about an hour away from here, and so if you're a remote worker, you're always attached, in inverted commas, to a facility. So I was always attached to this facility. And when they had their Christmas parties, they would hire out like a stately home or something, and it was always a big thing. And it was all expenses paid.
Yeah.
So free food, free beer, free hotel, and then they shut that facility down shortly after Brexit. There's a surprise.
Yeah.
Moved it to Galway.
Such a brilliant idea, wasn't it?
And so that, of course that then with it all the Christmas parties went. So and then of course COVID happened, so nobody was going anywhere.
Yeah.
But then they decided to. Somebody decided this year to gather some people together. So there was a dozen of us going, but 2 have already dropped out because they've got flu. So hopefully my missus has come down with something. So hopefully I won't come down with that before. Well, if I come down with it, I hope it's after tomorrow, but before Christmas Eve. Because I hate being ill over Christmas. What's the point of having all that time off?
Yeah.
Well, if you do, get on the vitamin C real quick.
Well, I take multivitamins.
I'm not kidding you. I was over it in 2 days, and it was like a week later, still going and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah. I say I take multivitamins every day.
Lots of vitamin D3 helps a lot.
Yeah.
D3 definitely, yeah.
4,000 to 5,000 IU.
Yeah, 5,000.
Yeah, really whoop it down, and you'll go, a little bit of a headache, and then after an hour it's gone, and then a limb sip, and then you're sorted, mate.
Oh, I can't stand limb sip.
Oh, no, can I? But you know what? It's effective.
Yeah.
So it's worth having a go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old Inky's right. Where is Wagyu tonight?
Strange.
Seems to have been Wagyuless.
He was on Sonic State earlier.
Clearly he needs to sleep for like his once a month.
Yeah.
He probably went to go acquire something.
Yeah.
Well, guys, it's going to be my turn to fuck off.
Oh, good.
And,
All right, buddy.
oh my God, Rob.
Yeah, well, it's gone midnight here, so.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Well,
God, yeah, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Nice seeing you again,
Yeah.
and we'll see you hopefully before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
There'll be
easy.
sessions. Don't worry.
Okay. All right.
Bye, buddy.
See ya.
See you later.
Take
See
care.
ya.
Bye-bye.
You too. Bye.
Oh, hang on.
What a wanker.
There you go.
It's got to be one of the gang.
As is tradition.
As is the tradition, yes.
I'm looking forward to the Christmas special with Hans.
Yeah.
So are we.
Well, to be fair, we can do the Hanukkah special starting next week. Every day.
Yeah.
How am I going to survive next week without getting too hammered?
That looks kind of weird in the chat though when you say, "Bye, Jesus." Like that.
Bye, Jesus. Regards to your dad.
Yeah. Oh. 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 Come on, Robbie. This is mini freak time, isn't it? Competition. There you go. voice cards. Sorry. What can I say?
So for a second there, it sounded like a typical day Guitar Center.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but we don't have the appropriate.
That's a Guitar Center. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Robert, now play We Built This City.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't play fake rock.
Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Well, I didn't do that.
Are you playing the Bounty there in the background?
Should we have little plastic hats on or something like while we're doing this? That's a nice one.
bells there.
Oh God, no.
Who turned on music for masses? To be fair, Robbie might know on the last track on Music for the Masses, Agent Orange. Is that actually an Alka syntax, or did they just sample the laser hub sound?
Okay, now it sounds like Sam Ash. So.
Needs more doorbell.
Okay, play some Eminence Front. Optical Race, right?
Yes, the song is called Atlas Eyes. And for anybody who's been counting, that is in 5/4 or.
Do one for Rich. No, I can't remember it now. Try it.
That's the Great Gate of Kiev, right?
No, that's Promenade.
Promenade? Okay. Sorry.
It's
been a while
walking
since I
between.
heard it.
It's walking between the pictures.
Ah, that's right. And I play the hut with foul legs.
Oh yeah, right, okay. Do I look vaguely talented to you at
I
all?
love the chicken sounds he used.
Oh yeah.
But there's a reason.
Yeah.
But there's a reason Ravel decided to write it out for an orchestra. Couldn't be bothered to play it himself on the piano. Just get an orchestra to do it for you.
Yeah. Nice sound, I like that one. Sample track's certainly got a nice. Read that. He went left, I went right.
And
Bye.
it's polytonal.
I used to do this with Richard. He'd have a keyboard one end of the room, I had the keyboard the other. We'd be playing stuff, and every now and again it would go really, really sweet, and then other times it'd be like, "Fuck no!" It just no, hands off. He'd go minor or something. It's like, oh.
Stop being a proper musician, mate.
Well, the thing is, you record it for like 3 hours and then go back and you go, I like that bit, and make a whole track out of this one little section, you know?
Why are we back to John Michael Garrett?
Oh. There you go, Robbie.
Who's at the door?
I wonder where that symbol was coming from. It's because I've fucking got the MIDI on here, haven't I?
Ah.
Every time I hit that.
Stop.
Some serious grooves on it.
Do I have to dig out the cheesy grooves from here? What terrible grooves does the Andromeda have?
Go on. Answer that, will you?
do you guess the synth was made in the early 2000s?
Yeah, that whole first bank of arpeggio presets and stuff, all the techno stuff.
Yeah. The presets in the mix bank are interesting.
Like an entire bank of arpeggio patches, practically.
Well, I mean, those are the multis.
So, do you think we got enough gear?
It's a little sparse. It needs more layers.
Yeah.
Come on, Ken. Record your own interpretation of a Brandenburg concertos, then.
Yeah.
The next time we have a 700 around, clearly.
Yeah.
You could do the switched on 700. With our own rainbow and curve there.
Me! 4 points.
Price B.
There you go.
I lost it.
Excuse me. That's when I sneezed. That's what did it. See, we're talking about coming up with something different on
Yeah, exactly.
on modulars, and this is just a patch that's doing this thing, and then I'm just able to take.
Just mess with it.
But this is the beauty of the freak oscillators, is that you can just really change the oscillators on the fly. And
The freaks do have that matrix, so in a way they're kind of soft modular.
I'm not even using the matrix on this at all.
I know, but well, you are by the patch you turned on, whatever it's set for.
Just a bit of LFO, I think.
It's like a simpler version of the Centrix.
There it is.
Ken, did you see Ken Flux's video on doing looping style stuff with the Hydrasynth?
Yeah.
Look, that's AIDS lines. Dealing rhythms, watch out.
What's right now? Summer festivities? What's that? Invisible connections?
Sounds almost Voxhumana.
vicious now.
rhythmic stuff like that.
So much fun, isn't it?
I enjoyed that.
I think that's the most I've played in ages.
But again, you know, that's. Who's going to do it
tomorrow?
Who's going to do Adele? Not me.
I fucking love that song. Besides,
it's a good song.
David's associated, isn't he? So, yes, absolutely. I just like bringing the strings in all the time. I can't help it. Little extra dimension you can get from the aftertouch.
Mm.
Well, when you do when you come in there. Nice.
Oh man.
Excuse me, that's my speciality.
I couldn't resist.
You're not fooling anybody, you know.
I got a spray air shaker sound here.
I really want to play it in a music shop and see the reaction.
Yeah.
I still live for the day when I walk into a music store and get behind an instrument and play it.
Yeah.
And then somebody says, oh, I'll jump behind this instrument and I'll join in like Fame. Remember that when they used to go into the music store?
Yes, yeah.
The Blues Brothers, the big scene of Blues Brothers.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
How'd it go?
What persuade us?
Yeah. Yeah. Just wondering how many copyrights we can actually break tonight.
Not enough.
Not enough. Oh god, yeah.
No, but like let's make
No, I think it's up.
I can't remember. But I just did recreate it once. I could just open that Cubase project. But again, that soundtrack. I mean, how much more mode do you want on a soundtrack? And it's like actually 3-note chords played by 3 keyboard players live.
Yeah.
On the scoring stage.
Okay, where's your green laser? That's definitely a copyright claim right there.
Again, I'm surprised I've not had any problems with my Kraftwerk.
It's missing that end part, maybe that's why. Supposed to go. It's like a double shot at the end. There you go. Double thing. Now you get a copy claim.
Again, the sequence only has 60. Like for this, I would need 64 steps.
Yeah. Well, that's why if you watch Suit and Tie Guy's videos, when I did that Tangerine Dream video, I used some ideas he had when he made his with the modular, and he had to do some clever stuff because of sequencer limitations to make some of those extra notes or ratchets or whatever.
Well, yeah, because most of the stuff was just MC8.
Yeah.
But like, pretty much all of Man Machine and Computer World from Kraftwerk is MC8. and a lot of early 80s Tangerine Dream. Like the opening of Tangram is all written in the MC8.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense because it's all the different patterns. Like you have the 7-note opening on Tangram.
Can't remember it.
Polly Brute's a little out of tune.
Is she?
I haven't played her for a while.
Does she have auto-tune?
Oh yes, yeah. Just set it off.
Was that one stream you couldn't get the tune right?
Yeah, that was because I was in stupid mode and had inadvertently moved the fine tune knob without realising. I'm thinking, why is everything like a semitone out?
That's great.
No, it really scared me.
You didn't let Brooksy near it, did you?
You pointed at it, and that was enough.
It's probably a little bit cold as well. Excuse me. That wasn't a 90s workstation by any stretch of the imagination, was it?
Oh dear.
Those great quick pads where you can just fire up all kinds of stuff.
Good God.
That thing was going nuts there. You got a fluty sound there, you can do the Legend soundtrack.
Yeah.
See Tom Cruise running around his little outfit.
That'll get him in. I'll start playing some hand stuff and get him to come in. That was close.
Close enough for me.
Those choirs can't. perfect for working on the pool.
Was it?
B major. And because it's Vangelis, it needs to resolve into major. Major.
Just picture Mel Gibson doing that movie now.
Isn't he wearing that stupid hat for a lot of film?
Yeah, he's got a ponytail and all that stuff. Mr. Christian.
Mr. Christian!
Just picture him doing like his rant from those phone recordings with heavy breathing on the bounty.
Oh, excuse me.
This algorithm isn't working, is it? Nothing ever really comes good from doing a major.
You know anything from Heaven and Hell, Robert?
How can you do Heaven and Hell without a choir?
Well, they played in Cosmos. There's some stuff they did in Cosmos. It was. Funny, it sounds a little bit like a Morricone thing, the Spaghetti Western. It's funny. What's the one with the music box, the piece from Morricone?
Big guitar, come on.
I forgot, was it Once Upon a Time in the West, or was it...
yeah, which one was it?
I think it's
Few
Once Upon a
dollars
Time in the
more?
West.
$2 more?
Or maybe.
Yeah, because the other one was, oh, what was it? No. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
I'm really falling in love with this Hydra more every minute I'm playing it. I can't believe I remembered how to play that. I haven't played it for donkeys. Weird. I need backy. I've got empty things. I'll tell you how bad it is. I've got a radio ashtray. I'm so broke at the moment. It's ridiculous.
Play all the black notes, they always sound good.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece of kit, isn't it?
Every time I turn it on,
Yeah.
fall in love with it all over again.
And it doesn't even have a doorbell.
Oh, it's got plenty of those.
Well, it's got plenty of doorknobs instead.
I got one of those. I need to go to bed. What's the time? Fucking hell,
I'm pretty much in the same boat, my friend. There it is. 16 VCOs in the mush.
32.
Oh, no, I beg your pardon. Yeah, 16 voice, 32 dooveries.
Right, I'm
What
off.
is that?
What's what?
Oh, it's Space 1999. Just played very Vangelis-y.
I just started rewatching that. It's a funny old show I watched when I was a kid.
I like. It was a shame, really, that the first series was nice and dark and deep and everything like that. And then, sorry to say this, Andy, but then the American money got involved.
Hey, you know, everyone's got different sensibilities, and no argument for me.
Dude, they cut the budget. They made it down to one tiny little room. Get some crumpet in there.
Short skirts.
Short skirts and all this. And it was sort of like, and they got rid of the old guy.
I mean, was it a BBC thing?
No.
Initially?
ATV, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was all together associated. Its birth was with Supercar and Thunderbirds and Joe 90, and it evolved out from that way, didn't it?
I mean, that's the problem. When you involve too many players, you're going to have a problem, right? So,
yeah.
You want to be consistent, you have the consistent money and the consistent vision.
Yeah.
And so the American guys may have fucked it up, but they made a mistake by having too many players.
Yeah, but they did this thing where they because in the documentary on it, they said that the Americans found that the first series, although they liked the concept, they said it was too subliminal. It was too.
It's extremely dry and sparse.
Yeah, and they go, we want action, man. Come on.
Well, they had the Shatner fighting with his fist and stuff like that. So,
yeah, exactly. So, which is something,
swashbuckling in space.
Different audiences, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there was something very sort of like British about the first one. It was very sort of like slow and dark and all that.
And that's kind of how, if you watch THX 1138, it's got a very slow pace and it's very sparse. It has that kind of feel to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is weird when you think, consider it came from the studio that did Thunderbirds, which is all about blowing shit up and trying to be as Americanized as humanly possible.
My favorite was Captain Scarlet. It was hilarious.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Captain Black.
Right.
Had the sexy women and the jet planes.
Yeah.
And,
the Angels, that was it.
Yeah.
And what was it called? Sky something.
They were mostly French, right? Weren't there mostly French girls in the plane?
Yeah, there was 3 French girls.
Yeah.
Wide over French.
So yeah, that show wasn't stereotypical or anything. So.
Yeah, exactly. Oh dear. Yeah, but the Jerry Anderson stuff is always sort of like, it's always good stuff.
I still got to watch that UFO thing you guys have talked about. I've seen pictures of it. I was like, damn, that's kind of risque looking. I think I'll like it.
What? Well, you get older and you suddenly realise that the spaceships always came from exactly the same direction. And it was always one at a time.
Sure.
They go, we're being invaded, but one at a time.
Well,
one person, one source.
At least they didn't have hubcaps on strings of the fishing pole like some old 50s sci-fi stuff in the US.
Oh, mate, no, it wasn't far off that. It was not far off that. They were still on the strings and spinning kind of, they rocked
wobbling
slightly as well, you know. But they made up for it with kicking soundtrack.
Yeah, I'll have to go back and check that out.
Yeah.
When the real high quality sci-fi, when Traumpatrouille, the German sci-fi from the 60s.
Yeah.
It is amazing, and it was shot just at the end of black and white TV. So sadly, they never continued because it was too expensive for black and white, and then trying to do it in color would have been effort.
Yeah.
So sadly, there's only 7 episodes of it. It's amazing soundtrack. Very much in like the John Barry style, really brash, and a bit of Morricone's, like guitar and pick basses, where you think how much more spring reverb can you put on a pick bass?
But like that was it, wasn't it? It all came, you know, it's like Doctor Who. It all came from like cardboard and bits of door and anything they could find lying around to make up the sets and stuff.
Or to be fair, that set is amazing. It's mostly rack form plastic and other random shit they found.
Yeah.
I never quite got into Doctor Who. It's some of it's nice. I like the Tom Baker stuff. But,
Davros.
Some of it's I have to get into it a little bit more.
Some of it's a little bit
Yeah.
Right. I will see you soon.
Yes.
Take
we'll
care.
do this again sometime, probably tomorrow night. The night was supposed to be on, but for some reason I thought it was Thursday. Don't know.
Happens to all of us.
But yeah.
Indeed, especially after
tomorrow probably think it's Friday.
Yeah, well, soon will be.
All right, let's
take it easy.
Let's put this shit on the pavement, as I say.
See you all soon.
All right, take care, everyone.
You too.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.